afternoon, welcome. Let's pause the music. We'll be using the in-game music for this one. Why would we not? The music in Final Fantasy XIV is brilliant. We are going to be playing some more Final Fantasy XIV, or we're going to come back to here. So, long story short, shortly after Arcadion's release, I fell off the game and stopped playing. So I've not touched this in more or less 2 years. I've run a couple of Alliance raids yesterday and this morning, just to get some of my muscle memory back. But other than that, we haven't touched it. There is one other thing we did. We made sure to grab a Wondrous Tale this morning. It seemed prudent to grab it, because I am going to need it to level up some of my classes. We're not going to be focusing on that, not for the time being. But this is the state of our classes, and I want to get more of these up to level 90 plus for when we get to the Occult Crescent, I think it's called. We want to get more to the point where we'll be able to use them and level them in the Occult Crescent. I was having a look to figure out specifically what I wanted to get done today. Let me bring up... Do I have it open? Yep. So I've got 2 pages open here. This one here is the content unlock list from the console game wiki for Final Fantasy XIV, and this is the specific patch information for 0.1. There wasn't anything added in sorry, not 0.1, 7.1. There wasn't anything added in 7.05, which would have been the first patch I probably missed. That was something that I think we should do. Let me just double check back, because this doesn't split it up by... I think this is just going to send me back to here. Yeah. And if memory serves, the main thing that this just unlocks is Savage Raid. Treasure hunts, housing. Yeah, okay. So yeah, there was nothing content-wise that was added there, which means everything should be in 7.1 onwards. I was looking through this list. My initial plan was going to be focus on the main story, the Alliance raid, and the normal raids. But then I remembered there's a few things that might be beneficial for me to get done first. That being the unlocking all 3 ally quests, so that I can get those quests done before 5 o'clock, before the reset. I forget, does the duty timer give us time till daily reset? I think it does in some way, shape, or form. Mission allowance. Can't remember if daily reset is 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. Let me double check that. If it's 4 o'clock, then we may not have time to get the things done. Daily reset is 4 p.m., 5 p.m. Standard Eastern Time. So we have 3 hours. Okay. So I think I will go with that plan. We'll get these done first so that we can get today's quest done and out the way. And then that leaves me space between streams to continue the dailies and get to the point where we've unlocked the next parts of those stories. So we'll get those done first. I was looking at custom deliveries. We'll save them till, because they're a weekly thing and the weekly reset's gone. So we'll save them until the back end of the stream if we get through the main story, the Alliance quest. I want to do that one as well, and I want to do... I thought it was in this list. This one here, yeah. The additional Dawntrail role quests, because we have all the role quests done, as far as I'm aware. So I want to try and get through those specifically. I do kind of want to do this, but I think I'll wait until we've got better gear. We'll probably circle back and maybe try to find a group that will do the Cloud of Darkness, because that was something that seemed like it would be a laugh at the time. But yeah, we'll leave Hildebrand. I'm not too worried about that one. And yeah, we're not doing ultimates or anything along those lines. But that'll be the plan. So something else I wanted to moan about it, so we're going to moan about it. Let me just double check. Yeah, okay. So this here is the YouTube dashboard. I actually have this paused because I don't want it consuming GPU resources. This isn't how the dashboard actually looks. I'm using a program called Stylus, and I've written my own little thingy for it to remove all the fucking padding. I don't need this much sodding white space everywhere. This isn't a mobile phone. Much better. It was all, I'd already had that set up, but they changed their style recently, or this morning, and I didn't notice until 10 or like 20 minutes before stream started, so I was quickly trying to fix my style so that it actually fit everything properly. I don't know why. Why does the reason to do it on mobile phones is obvious, because you're often using a thumb or a finger that's a lot less precise than a cursor. So you want to give people nice big things, chunky things to be able to push. It makes no sense on a desktop. Condense that information. There's no need for there to be that much white space. I mean, if we look at this, if we go back to this, look, information density. I can see so much information on my screen right now, and I can still read it. All of this is fine. Why? Why do companies see the thing that they need to make the interface big and just fill it with white space? Or black space in the case of a dark sphere. Anyway, bitching over. So yeah, we are going to start with getting the allied quests done. Let me just make sure. Daily quest requires Dawntrail, requires Dawntrail, requires Dawntrail. Okay, so they should all be unlocked, because as I was going through, I would have done the quest that they should have pre-marked as the pre-requirement quests. So they should be done. So let's make our way over. One of them started from the center down. Do let me know if there's a problem with audio balancing, because I have not checked it. They are something else. We have an intrepid new enterprise. Wandering minstrel. There it is. I don't know what they are. I've not put those windows back in the place they're supposed to be. Okay, so the one we want is there. A side. I'm gonna guess you. Yes. A blue-garbed fellow appears to be lost in thought. The difficulty of this quest will be synced to the level. I should probably have started this with a different class. Maybe meeting him won't be so easy after all. My blue said he'd be around here somewhere, though. Don't worry, I am always exactly where I need to be, at any given moment. Whoa, whoa, Nathan, the adventurer? The mighty warrior who's travelled the length and breadth of Tural. I think I pronounced that wrong. Taking in its myriad sights, sounds and smells, even those within otherworldly dome. A savvy haggler who helped the Third Promise acquire a saddle worth 10 pel in the 1,000 column. Alright, yeah, that's how they do it. Despite starting with a mere 100. My inner abacus is clacking away. You're the missing piece I've been looking for. The missing piece in my brand new enterprise, that is. Sorry about that. I got a little carried away. I'm just so happy to finally meet you. I'm Liplu, a merchant. Until recently, my business was bedclothes, all woven from the finest alpaca wool. My dear friend Blue told me all about you. I heard you gave her the nudge she needed to embark on her journey as a peddler. I can't begin to thank you enough. But I'll get straight to the point. I have a proposal for you today, Nathan. How would you like to become a special advisor for the Trailblazers tourism venture? I call it the Tuyala Travel Agency. Of course, you'll be compensated for your time. You'll also be the first in line for all kinds of treats and trinkets, not to mention a wealth of exciting experiences. You don't have to answer right away, but if any of this has roused your interest, please come visit me in Okuhanu. We can go over the finer details there. I'll be waiting for you, along with the rest of my associates. So we should have accepted this as one of the other classes first. Never mind. What classes can we currently use? Astrologian is the nearest to level 100, so let's swap to them to try and remember that we need to... take any follow-up quests with this class. I need to get some more up to level 90, because I don't think the sync works if you're below level 90. Ah, there you are. Thank you for coming. Right, here goes. Okili dokili, welcome to Kozama Oko. Okili. You've mastered the Hanu Hanu greeting. but I wouldn't expect anything less from someone so well-travelled. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Liplu, the founder of the Truala Travel Agency. With me are my brother, Yiblu, and my Hanu associates. We'll be happy to explain the ins and outs of our budding enterprise. You were there for the Ascension ceremony, weren't you? Dawn's servant, Wuklamat, spoke of growing to love her people all the more as she got to know them better, of how she wanted us to live with joy in our hearts and smiles on our faces. Well, those words certainly left their mark. The capital residents are eager to learn about their fellow Tualans, who in turn yearn to foster understanding. You see it too, don't you? An unmistakable business opportunity. Well, that's precisely where Truala Travel Agency comes in. We'll answer that burgeoning demand. Our goal is to help revitalize the community as it attempts to rebuild after the Great Storm. Promoting Kozama-uku as a tourist destination will provide a much-needed source of income for the region, and with it, all the benefits that follow. Of course, we wouldn't be having this conversation had we not consulted the Hanu beforehand. After much discussion, they kindly agreed to set aside a tract of land by Dock Pogoa for development. And would you believe it? The villagers are flocking to join our staff. As Lipu said, the people are eager to learn about their fellow Truala. And we Hanu are eager to share our culture with them as well. Much as when you helped us revive Iahia Hana. We hope to welcome many outsiders into our home, that we may know one another better and enjoy each other's company. I don't know why I'm struggling to read all this. And what better way to do so than support this tourism initiative. Of course, tourism is an industry new to Truala. This is unfamiliar territory in many respects, and people understandably have their concerns. Who better to assuage those concerns than someone who's roamed far and wide and met countless Truals from all over the continent? We are aware that Kozama-uku was ravaged by a mighty storm, yes? By welcoming more travellers to our land, we stand to gain many new customers, not to mention the opportunity to work for the travel agency itself. In this way, we hope to raise funds we need to rebuild and recover. This will also be an excellent chance for the rest of Truala to get to know us. No matter how you look at it, we would be fools not to cooperate with Liplu and her father. The Pelu strive to spread happiness through trade. It's little wonder they find warm welcome wherever they go. Their guiding principles has earned them a great deal of trust over the years. Mabru introduced Lepu to Elder Zuhali. She would often visit our village to peddle her wares, and it was because of her we saw fit to consider the proposal. When we first gathered to discuss the issue, Lepu painted a vivid picture of the impact her venture would have in the region, financial and otherwise. need some more Geishul greens. We have absolutely loads of them to spare. I handle the managerial side of the enterprise. If you decide to join us, I'll be counting on your insight to help me solve the little problems we no doubt encounter along the way. The core of our business is to provide accommodation and guided tours for the local area. As we speak, Ivu, is putting his shipwright skills to use, heading up construction for our base of operations by Dock Poga. From sourcing foodstuffs to souvenirs and everything in between, we're working hand in glove with the good people of Okohanu to make sure these ventures benefit everyone involved. It being 2 years since I've last seen half of these words is not helping. Still, there are a few things I'm worried about. The guided tours, for example. Visitors will journey here after making reservations at our office in Turiola, and we'll have to guarantee their safety every step of the way. After all, we can't expect our customers to handle themselves like you can. And that leads us neatly back to my proposal. So, how about it? Can we count on your help as a special advisor while the travel agency finds its feet? Once propositioned, who am I to refuse? Consider yourselves advised, specifically. Aha, I knew I could count on you. Wonderful. Although I'm loath to put you to work straight away, I would seek your assistance. We guys have each devised a plan for our prospective tours based on our knowledge of the homeland, but we'd benefit greatly from your input of a worldly traveller like yourselves. Honest opinions only. LeFou, perhaps you could accompany Nathan and apprise the tours as well. I'll stay behind and oversee construction with Waku Uva. A fine idea. Guides, please wait at your respective tour locations. I will take Nathan to each of you in turn. When you're ready, just say the word. I'm keen as the Hanu to hear your thoughts. Now it's not the time to be doing this, but I want to see. Okay. Add a compressor to that. I think it's a compressor that I need. Duck in from the microphone. And let's boost the volume of the game. Bring it back up to -4 decibels rather than -7. And see if the ducking's doing anything. Ducking's not doing anything at the minute. At least it doesn't appear to be as far as the bar is concerned. Attack, release, output gain. Oh, right, because we didn't just the output gain. Bring the output down by additional 4 decibels. Okay, is that working? Not as far as OBS is telling me. Sidechain, ducking source, output gain. It may actually be working. Or it also may just be that the threshold isn't low enough. Yeah, the threshold isn't low enough, I don't think. So if I bring... Let's remove the volume reduction. Okay, now I'll have to play around with this between... streams, see if I can't set it up properly. It's something I've been meaning to do for a while, but I kept forgetting. Bring it back to -5 decibels. And leave it there, and hopefully it doesn't overpower me at any point. And it isn't too quiet either. All set. Now then, our 3 guides have planned 3 unique tours, so we'll speak to them one at a time, proceeding to the next. We'll start by paying a visit to Genuharu in the Fields of Gold, who I am told wishes to showcase local industry and focus on the village and reed fields. Let's go. There's something enchanting about the sight of all these reeds swaying in the wind, especially at night, when you can see the fireflies dancing among them. I'm glad you're here. I almost couldn't bear the wait. Right, let me explain my concept for the tour. First and foremost, I see this as a chance for our customers to understand Riharu, and where better to learn than right here among our reed fields. After all, reeds are the very heart of our culture. Just gaze across these lush fields and you'll get a sense of what defines us. That's enough about my thoughts. What do you think? I should like to believe that this place, I believe that this is a place those not of Hanu can also appreciate, but perhaps the reeds shouldn't be the sole focus. They'd be out of harm's reach at the very least. They want our honest opinions, and more than just the reeds would be the correct advice. The tour should absolutely involve the reeds, but as Nathan suggests, I think the visitors will want to learn about other aspects of Hanu culture too. Perhaps giving them a tour of the local settlement will serve as a worthy introduction to your traditions. Yes, I think this plan has come along nicely. To summarise, if we begin by guiding the guests around the village, they'll see how the reeds are so tightly interwoven with Hanu culture. That way they'll appreciate the precious resources growing in your paddy trees all the more. I was so excited about showing our visitors the field, I hadn't considered that they might like to learn about the normal everyday lives of Hanu too. I appreciate the suggestion. Consider also having a range of handicrafts to offer the visitors that the visitors might purchase if so inclined. Perhaps a mix of practical household items and more esoteric trinkets, charms and the like. Right, let's head for Breath Between next. Zelin Hali has proposed a walking tour of the river and ought to be waiting for us there. So the reason I immediately know which way to turn is not because I'm looking up here, it's because that is what I'm looking at, so I have the map clean on my other screen. Albeit, it's not showing the live map, it's showing me the teleport map. There we go, it's better. The waters here are dazzlingly clear, don't you think? And filled with a bounty of fish besides. Of course, the current is awfully strong as well, and we must take care that no guest falls in, lest they be swept away in an instant. I completely lost track of time. My attention was whisked away by the endless waters of Kulaxi. Kulaxi? No idea. If you didn't already know, that word means big tongue in our language. If you aren't careful, you might find yourself slurped up and taken off by the current. You know, I bet insights into the language like that would prove a hit with visitors. I'm glad you think so, but I'm still a little unsure of my plan. The idea is to guide the guests along the river, explaining the language and local history as I go. But is that really enough entertainment? A leisurely educational stroll sounds delightful. I hope you're well prepared for any water-related mishaps. Ooh, How about working in a fishing spot too? I mean, they're all reasonably good comments. They've already brought up safety concerns, or at least to us. Allegedly, educational stroll sounds delightful. That is a perfect type of tour. Hearing that from someone so well travelled is a relief. I appreciate your advice. Whatever form the tour takes, I will make sure our guests leave completely satisfied. I'll be sure to confer with Li Hu as I handle the details. It's time we went to see Zenuhanu. He proposed a magical spelunking tour in which visitors can marvel at the natural beauty of the world beneath our feet. The cave of Kiri Tolo. Kiki Tolo. Ah, this cave. I mean, that's going to be a problem at the minute with the water. The soft green light reflecting off the rocks, the cool crisp air, and the tinkling of flowing water feel as though I'm present in the presence of the divine. There you are. I was starting to feel lonesome wandering, or waiting for your arrival. Let's get straight to it, shall we? Cave Kiki Tola is the source of many minerals and medicinal ingredients. For generations, it has been held as sacred. As a sacred site of healing. I'm sure the visitors will be enamoured by the cave's natural beauty, but the route here from the village is long and arduous, and the interior is rather dark. I fear it may not be a suitable reward for the challenge of simply getting here. Given the cave's symbolic importance, I think it's a splendid idea. Villagers could try their hand at collecting medicines and minerals. I'm more concerned about all the fiends nearby. There aren't any at the minute. There are in the cave, mind. Giving the visitors something to do if it's a long and arduous trip is probably not a bad idea. An excellent suggestion. Of course, with any such plans, respect for the cave and its significance for the Hanu would be paramount. The souvenirs we acquire in our journeys can be quite near and dear to us. I should think visitors would love to take a piece of their trip back home. And the villagers can make use of any surplus materials as well. But as Zanuhanu said, the cave is somewhat remote. We can't discount the possibility of the tour group running afoul of fiends on the way here. Perhaps we're better off reserving this course for more seasoned travellers. I must say, the two of you are full of fine ideas. I'm starting to get excited. Just give me a little longer and I'll have my plans ready. Well, with that, we've heard all three proposals from our guides. I'm sure you're tired after all the traipsing around, but let's get back to Okehano. Let's get back to Okehano, shall we? I used to be so much better at cold reading than I am now. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just horrendously out of practice. I've not been reading many books over the last couple of years. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time, but you helped address the guide's worries and brought about some excellent suggestions to the table. While we were out there, a question I've been pondering came to mind. What exactly is it that we're selling with Tuala Travel Agency? It's not as simple as peddling products or providing a service. If we are unsure, we'll have a hard time exciting customers. For the longest time, I couldn't pinpoint the answer, but hearing those proposals made it crystal clear. We're in the business of ephemeral experiences. It is our responsibility to create every moment of the visitor's stay and ensure they leave with wonderful memories that last a lifetime. That way, our customers will be sure to fall in love with Kozamaku and its people. I can practically hear my inner abacus clicking away. Provided we hold fast to our principles and remember that we were here to serve our customers above all else, I'm confident they'll have no qualms about parting with their hard-earned pel. The Turari Travel Agency will be synonymous with the experience both exceptional and unforgettable. I'll have to drive that message home when I promote our enterprise in the capital. Then there's the matter of making sure the benefits outweigh the burdens for the Hanu. There's so much to do. With all that, how about we take a look at our soon-to-be-built base of operations near Dock Poga. Knowing my brother and Wukivu, I dare say I've made remarkable progress already. I'm suspecting that this is the combat beast tribe quest. I don't know whether or not... I can't remember how it worked in the last expansion. Oh, I need to be over there to attune to it. It's a new one. I remember there being one... The Arasodara were combat. Omicrons and the Loprits. The Loprits were crafting, I want to say. The Omicrons I can't remember. I know the expansion beforehand, there was one crafter, one gatherer, and one combat. And then Stormblood, there were 2 combats, 1 crafter, gatherer. It'd be nice if there was 2 combat, because we already have all our crafter gatherers maxed. Apparently, they already started the construction. The blueprints have been finalised and all the materials are on hand. Once the hard work is finished, the countdown really begins. Here's hoping for satisfied customers, and more importantly, happiness of all involved. Be they Hanu, Peru, or adventures extraordinaire. It's so wonderful to have you on board. Let's work together and make this a stunning success. Change class. Must remember to change class. What do you say we get this thing built? With the construction work at Tour Travel Agency complete, Liplu and her associates have their eyes set on establishing Komazaku as the top tourist destination. I am butchering that name. Yet a host of challenges remain before their goal can be realised. As special advisor, it is your duty to offer support and guidance as they embark on this exciting new enterprise. That's working on the assumption that the Beast Tribe quests are going to work in exactly the same way they always have done. Society quest unlock. Representation increased effect. Society is now available to dock. Furthermore, you can purchase wares. You have learned the emote Ohokari. Okay. There's our dailies, of which we should be able to grab 3. Okay. I'm already worried about these. They're more or less always just flavour, so I'll just grab them, see what they want me to do. Okay. Sprinkle insect repellents in the back of the waiting alpacas. Easy girl, easy girl. And they're just trying to keep you healthy. Which quest is this one? Community outreach. Speak with the priest. Hello there, how can I be of assistance? You seek my thoughts on the matter of tourism. Well, the Plu initially outlined her plans. It struck me as a wonderful experiment, so to speak. But as with all experiments, the excitement comes with a degree of anxiety. What kind of visitors can we expect? How will the community weather the change? Such are our concerns. Well, that's it, we just need to talk to them and head back. Well, since this quest is up and running and somebody is in fact doing it, to do. Remember, that's just quick insta-heal. Yeah. Things stay true to form, then theoretically we need to do 2 sets of dailies to unlock the second part of the Beast Tribe quest. Sorry, Society's quest. They changed the name, didn't they? It is one of the reasons I want to get it done, because then we can do the second part of it tomorrow. Just check. Oh no, it's gone up. It's going to take 3 days. Your mender, what do you sell at the minute? Probably not much. Just materia. That's fine. Usually there is a mount involved in these, which is something we'll have to grab later. Okay, so that's 1 out of 3. Where to next? Excuse me, Yaktella. We're looking for cultivating hope in Yaktella. And where? Not seeing the quest anywhere. There it is. Cultivating Hope. It's at the other Aetheryte. Okay, and one assumes you want me to be... Yeah, okay. Gotola Ja fidgets anxiously. Close enough. Nathan, nice to see you. Do you have a moment? This may not come as a surprise, since you personally helped negotiate our import of foreign crops, but a researcher has recently arrived in Sharlayan. I have a mind to go and pay my respects, but... Well, I know little about Sharlayan. And I'm worried I'll cause offence. Could you come along, if only for my peace of mind? Thanks. Her name is Agiri, and she should be in the southern district of the city. Already here. This must be her. I'm humbled to say she's travelled so. She's travelled so far for our sake. Hello there. May I be of assistance? I am Gotola Ja, former mercenary. Now I fashion whatever odds and ends need making. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Utarik? Ucha? Utachi. Utachi said, you come to oversee the growth of new crops here in Mamuk, so we wanted to express our gratitude. That's very kind of you. My name is Agiri, and it's my pleasure to be at your service. When I first heard my assignment, I was intrigued. A forest dominated by the etheric influence of meteorites. Rest assured, we'll soon have an experimental granary up and running. New crops will flourish here. This I promise. Indeed, my chief concern at the moment is not one of potential, but of manpower. Mamuk is rather sparse in population, is it not? Yes, most of our able-bodied workers have left, either become mercenaries or, for other reasons. I myself would be glad to help, but I doubt one extra body would count for much. You should use your wives, or weavers? Wyvers to put to the right use. Our Wyvers can solve about any problem. Vuvola Jar, how many years has it been? I thought you had moved to Turiolov for good. Well, I heard change was in the air from Mamuk. I had to come and see it for myself. Using Wyvers sounds like an excellent idea. We could hitch them to plows, have them cart heavy equipment. All we need now is someone willing to gather extra materials we require. I know a few gatherers, but most of them are getting on in years. We'll have to find an adventurous soul if you need anything more than local mushrooms or odd medicinal herbs. I handle beasts, not ores and timbers. You? I am an adventurous gatherer, leave it to me. For the right price I can handle just about everything. Then it's settled. You'll be well compensated, I promise. I look forward to working with you, friend. Nathan, Vuvalda, you both have my thanks. Think nothing of it. I'll gather what Wyver handlers I can find and explain the situation. I'm sure they'll be happy to help as well. Nathan, would you mind going with Vuvola Jar? He's a good lad, but he gets out ahead of himself sometimes. You've more than proven your talent for communication, so if he's struggling to make the point, or make his point, lend him a hand, would you? Did I ever pentameld my gathering gear? No, it's single melded. Basically, the position of all our gear should be it will be what we left it 2 years ago, which will be that our gatherers and our crafters have as good a crafting gear as I can give them. Apparently I didn't pentameld them, that's fine. But they do all have current tier. That one doesn't, material on them. But they're all max level, so we don't get much from these particular ones other than to get the allied quest at the end and whatever loot we can get from them. Although, if I'm max level, don't I get scripts? Scripts would be nice to have for a number of reasons, if it gives us scripts. I'll need to figure out what to spend them on. All of the crafting gear should be unlocked, but my problem with buying crafting gear is you have to buy it for every single class, rather than the crafted gear, or crafting and gathering gear, in which there's basically one set for everyone other than the tools, or one set for each type, rather than each class, each job. Remind me why we're here again? My wyvern's trained for battle. I doubt it'll be much use on a farm. My darling has needs. I won't force him to do work he doesn't enjoy. As I've been saying, wyverns is the answer. But ours is specifically trained for combat. How do you reckon they would help with farming? Oh, Nathan, perfect timing. Tell them one wyvern's worth at least 10 men on the field, won't you? The wyvern handlers stand awkwardly silent. Try convincing them on behalf of Uvalajar. What does he expect our wyverns to do exactly? They're with their horns? More like pull heavy plows. That makes far more sense. If that's what you need done, we can do it. Believe me, we want new crops here in Mamuk. I'm happy to help. I just want to know how wyverns trained for battle could be useful. We need wyverns to haul equipment. Ones trained for battle are probably not going to make good plows, but hauling stuff around should be fine. I see. A wyvern with their strength for combat should be no problem with that. Very well. The both of us will be over presently. My precious wyvern only smashes things. I'd love to be of service, but if my darling can't smash things to bits, I'm afraid we're at an impasse. How about smashing rocks? That sounds, well, smashing! Leave it to me and my wyvern. We'll have the garden beds free of obstructions in a blink. That was incredible. You convinced them all to help, just like that. Now, there's one last person I think we need. His name is Kajilja, and he's a Najul, Jartiki banana farmer. We can trust his experience. I think the words were right, but because I didn't recognize the words, the flow was wrong. You inside? This is Kajija. We've been best friends since childhood, but, well, after I moved to Turiola, we haven't had much contact. You were part of the Third Promises retinue, weren't you? What brings you here now? And with Wuvolaja? We just met, actually. A researcher from afar is beginning work on a granary here, and we're both lending a hand. I was hoping you might help out as well, knowing as much as you do about farming in these forests. You'd think I'd aid a traitor who abandoned his homeland for the comforts of Turiola. The look in your face. I'm kidding. Although this is in great part thanks to the man here, that such words can be said in jest. Much has changed in Mamuk. If my best friend has finally come home, I'd be a fool to refuse his pleas. Joking aside, your words didn't ring hollow, Jakilja. To many, I was a traitor to everything Mamuk once stood for. A traitor to my friends for never writing. It broke my heart to leave, but I couldn't stand the zealotry of blessed siblings. Now that old teachings have been left in the past, I want to do everything I can for Mamuk's future. Thank you, Kajilja, for your forgiveness. I hope that you, Nathan, and I can find a new way forward. Alright, hopefully we have enough people to get started. Let's go ask Agiri if she needs anything else. Given the specifics of this one, I assume we're going to have one crafter, one gatherer, and one combat. Which is a little annoying. Having two combat would be useful because they're a really nice way just to get a little bit of experience every day for all of the classes. Far too many of my classes are still at Shadowbringer level. Sorry. No, yeah, Shadowbringer level. Not Endwalker level. Gurtalaja is helping outfit the wyverns with carts and ploughs. They'll be along afterwards. I just introduced myself to Giri. Let me know how I can help. Thank you for your aid in recruiting the others. With a handful of wivers, our work shortage is now but a trifle. The handlers have their orders, but there is one other thing I would yet ask of you. While fertile, the soil needs some additions to better accommodate the seeds and starters I brought with me. I think some charred bark should balance out the acidity nicely. Perhaps you could bring some from the Kubiriit Cinderfield. I have attended to the proper permissions from Ixbralixa. I'm not going to try. I can't remember. I would need to hear that one again. To gather from the Uthoma horizon. As long as your work is done respectfully, you have nothing to fear. We'll be setting up a base of operations in the meantime, so let me know once you've acquired what you need. Okay. I believe that was up top. Yeah. Distance from here and everywhere else is going to be more or less the same given time to teleport. Gabriel's boon, I believe, just increases... It's been so long. Yeah, the number of items we get from an individual gathering attempt. I don't know how many we need. We only need the 3, so... Done. Welcome back. I trust you have what I asked for. Perfect. Just what I had hoped. We'll have the wyvern handlers mix our fertilizer into the soil as they till it. Card secured. We're ready when you are. Just about, yes. This should be good ground. Finely enough to distribute evenly. Once we've tilled the soil for beds, we can begin planting in earnest. Wabalaja, can I count on your continued support? Me? But Kajilja is the one growing things. And you have grown our hopes into a viable operation by recruiting the necessary allies. Charisma like yours is essential for the granary's success. Alright, I'll do what I can. On my pride is the Mamudra, for Mamuk. Your assistance would be invaluable, Nathan, if you can spare the time. After all these years, my homestead is about to realize a true progress. I would love to have you with us as we build a brighter future for my people. I'll help on my pride as an adventurer, the Mamuk. Thank you, I'm in your debt. It's heartening to have you with us. Sorry for the wait, the wyverns are all ready. Thanks, Kalila. Let's get started. This granary will give the Mook another chance. I can just feel it. I can feel it too. Let's show the world what these lands can grow. Together, by our own hands. The hopes yet to fully bloom, or from hopes yet to fully bloom, Mamuk has established a granary. Help the Mamuk of the Mamudra come to love the land that supports them by aiding the farmers of Guka, or Goka, Goko, Goloma. Society quests. Okay, 1 second, I want to pull the curtains too. It is cloudy outside, but the light is reflecting and glaring nonetheless. Okay. Let's grab our free quests. Okay. What are we looking at? I see 2 different gathering locations and 1 person to go talk to. You sense a level 100 legendary tree. I don't know whether I'm going to bother upgrading my crafter and gatherer gear. On behalf of Kajulja, yes, the stems are ready and waiting. Feel free to take as many as you need. It does my heart good to know they won't be going to waste. Send the folks to the granary my best regards. I wonder if I can do the same thing with these that I used to do for Endwalkers. Not Endwalkers. Was it Endwalkers? No, it was the one before that. I used to keep a copy or a spare of each one of the gathering materials anytime the quest came up, so I could just grab them from the inventory and hand them over. I see no reason to do that, not to do that. It may have been 2 years, but I do still remember what they are. Okay, 12. I'll do for running that quest 3 times. 4 times rather. We only need 3. Hey, Ursula. Let's get another lot. That'll do. Store the spares in the chocobo saddlebag. See how many of them we need to keep a hold of. Everything else is handed in, and then we can do the third one. Go unlock the third one. And then we can get to the main story quest. We should get back on progress in that. Okay. Just drop these into here. Shard bark, I can just get rid of that. No! Undo sorts! Undo sorts! I am so glad they have the undo sort button. I missed discard. Things are in very specific and particular places. It's going good, thanks. Okay, 2 of 3. Where's the third one? Third one is in Ukupachi. In bottom right corner. I'm guessing this is Crafter. Yep. Frosty Neighbours. That is the one we're looking for. I am not even going to attempt to pronounce that. Ah, a traveller from across the salt. Greetings. You may call me this name here. Is it Baha? Is it Farara? Farara Fahar? You seem to be the type to have friends all along the width and breadth of our continent. Do you by chance know any particular skilled artisans? If you could introduce me to them, I'd be eternally grateful. Ninja. I am a ninja main. I gave Viper a try at the start of the expansion 2 years ago, but I ended up falling back to ninja. You are adept with you are adept hand at crafting. Well, I'm in luck. It is all of Wula's echo. We are under threat, you see, and require the help of one such as you to survive. I'm just unlocking the Beast Tribe quest first before I continue the main story quests, mostly so that we can get the first set of 3 quests done before daily reset of 5. Otherwise I would have done them later, but it felt prudent to do them ahead of time, and then double back for the main story quest. And then the Alliance quest. Those are the 2 I want to at least get done today. And if we get them done, we have some side quests that I also want to tackle. A great avalanche has swallowed a place known as Zigotan? The Open Armed, once home to a sacred altar and its keepers. Although thankfully uninhabited at the time, I fear this was no accident. No, this destruction was caused by the snow spirits of Ukupachi. No, that's the name of the actual location here, which I think is Uchupachi. Something like. Well, we, Yoku, lived here in harmony with these spirits for generations. They have of late become possessed by an inconsolable rage. None know why, and attempts to reason have only stoked their anger further. This is, however, a way to quell the spirits, a ceremony known as the Pact, which must be performed at the altar which was once so carefully maintained. An old friend taught me this. Yet therein lies our problem. The avalanche swept away much of the altar and its surroundings. We must repair it quickly so the rite can be performed. If we fail, all of Uchupachi may succumb to the spirit's wrath. I like a challenge, but I want to see what I'm working with first. I'm having trouble in imagining the extent of the damage. I like a challenge, but I want to see what I'm working with first. That is to be expected. Very well, let us visit what little remains. It will help you understand more clearly what is at stake. To the south of Wula's Echo, you will find stairs leading to the ritual site. The guard at the top will allow us passage up the mountain. I really could have done with watching someone else replay the main story quest. So I at least had some point of reference for these names. It was 2 years ago. I can but guess. Is this actually going to be a different map or somewhere else on this map? You came. Good. Before we cross the path, may I ask your name? Nathan. Wait, the very same Nathan who felled Valagamunda? That one I remember. My apologies. I had no idea I was among one of our saviors. Not that I was doubtful before, but I suddenly feel much better about our chances for success. Come now, our destination is not far. This is what remains of Ziggothrath, the Open-Armed. The damage is unlike anything I have ever seen. Even our histories contain few stones of such destruction. That structure at the far end is the Breathless Altar, where the ritual was performed. Although to see it now, one could hardly guess what its purpose served. Do you feel that? Something beyond the usual chill in the air. They left. Thank goodness. To think that they would be so bold. You have seen now the frenzy which grips them. Yet, they looked almost frightened by you. Have you encountered the spirits before? You bested them during the Feat of Proof. They must have been a dungeon boss because I don't remember them. Well, I should expect no less from you, from one who defeated the Tural Vidral, or defeated a Tural Vidral. If you're even half as good a crafter as you are a fighter, I believe we're in good hands. Yet even if the spirits are felled, they will be born again when the noose or the next snow falls, and they will rage. The pact is the only way we can set things to right. Yet, even if the altar were whole, there's none left who would know the rites or the rituals, or how the ritual was conducted. Datorgor, close enough, was the final caretaker remaining, and a dear friend of mine. However, before the avalanche buried all of this, her body was lost in a tragic accident. What little I know of the pact, I learned from her. I never encouraged her to speak more of the sacred practices. but now I wish I had. Now I must make up for my lack of curiosity. I will learn how to appease the spirits in Dotogor's stead. For many years, she was Utupachi's silent guardian. I shall take up the mantle she left behind. Now that you have seen the scale of the undertaking before you, I ask you once more, will you join me in rebuilding Zigorthana? I have no idea where that came from. That's nowhere near right. The opened arm. Count me in. I'm interested in seeing this pact for myself. Thank you, Nathan. You have given me hope in these dark times. Before we get started on the altar proper, we should first restore the building where Dotugora lived, so that we might have shelter. It was fittingly called Warmth, and she lodged there with the other caretakers. She would make the perfect base from which to conduct our restoration. Now, rest assured, I do not intend for you to shoulder this burden. We would do well to recruit a few more pairs of helping hands. I suppose that would be my first request. Please ask around Wulor's Echo for anyone willing to lend their aid. I will make what preparations I can for the work ahead. Okay. 4 people to speak with. The avalanche caused all that damage? I see. No, I spoke with Dotogora once, some years ago now. She said she lived alone in the mountains and was the sole keeper of an altar up there. Despite her solitary life, she seemed bright and a kind soul. I was saddened to hear her whole body was lost when she suffered that terrible fall. I had always hoped she would visit again and tell me more of her unique experiences. Although I only met her one time, I will not soon forget her. To honour her memory, I pledge my aid in the Open Arms reconstruction. My trade is carpentry, but I am ready and willing to help wherever it is needed. I shall speak with Fafurara to see where I can be of use. Again, I could do with having heard a number of their names again recently, because it would give me some idea as to how the enunciation is supposed to go. It has been too long since we last met, Nathan. I have come here with Nopoli to trade, but the people seem unsettled somehow. Ah, the spirits. That explains why we were attacked by a group of groups of one's snowed day. We were attacked by a group one snow day not long ago. One snow day not long ago. That's a weird sentence, but fair enough. One snowy day not long ago. Helps if I read it properly. We greeted them kindly as usual, but were assailed with icy magics without warning. I had no choice but to drive them back or risk Nepal's life. But the incident has troubled me ever since. They're our neighbours here in Uchupachi, after all, and we have lived in harmony for so long. I take it that's why you're recruiting the others to your aid. You never change, do you? Always eager to help those in need. Unfortunately, the life of a merchant demands that we don't rest our feet for too long. Perhaps we can send others your way. Only the best, of course. We promise to share what you told us today with anyone whose ears we can bend. Now, let's be off, Falu. The spirits have been acting passing strange, it is true. Their usually harmless tricks have become malicious, with merchants and other innocent beings attacked unprovoked. Usually they appear on snowy days and invite passers-by to frolic under the falling flakes. What could have gotten into them? Regardless, this problem affects all of us in Uchupachi. If repairing the altar will help, then my supply of masonry is at your disposal. You need help rebuilding the opened arm? Ah, I know the place. A group of Yaku lived there and looked after the altar, right? It was quite the trek, as I recall. They would visit me from time to time. I knew there weren't many of them left, but I hadn't heard the last of them had gone. Terrible news. But if you're going to rebuild their legacy, you'll need brawn, and I have plenty of that to offer. It seems the others have already crossed into the valley. I'll soon go as well. I'll discuss a few after I've discussed a few matters with Baharao. You did well, Nathan. I think we have a dependable crew to get started with. Vuyagu here seems especially eager to pitch in. If I may, I can do much more than shovel snow and haul stone. I'm willing to assist in planning the reconstruction from start to finish. With you in charge of the larger picture, I can assign people the work where it is needed most. Having overseen many projects of this scale, I believe this is to be the surest path to completion. You would do all of that? Then I would be grateful to accept your help. You are most welcome to it. But before we get started, do you happen to know where Datugora's living sculpture can be found? Oh no, it's sepulture. Upon it we must be engraved stories of her life and work. It may shed some light on the mysteries of the snow spirit and the pact itself. It was likely erected near the altar, but if so, then it too may have been buried in the avalanche. I see. Well then, since the snow must be cleared away anyway, we can search for the sepulchre in the meantime. We will find it, I am certain. Oh, there you are. You're the ones rebuilding the altar, right? Nepal told me that you needed more help. When I saw how fearless he wheeled and dealed with the Chawagu, I knew I had to become his pupil in trade. So here I am. Consider me Napul's eyes and ears. If you need someone to make deals with, other merchants, or procure supplies, then leave it to me. I know Napul. He's been making a name for himself as of late. If he vouches for you, then welcome aboard. The project is off to a better start than I ever imagined. We have all the help we need, and then some. So now's a good time as any for the hands of Zigote. That's probably the closest I've got to it. To rebuild warmth. Speak to me when you are ready to use those expert skills I recruited you for, Nathan. I wonder if any of my old rotations will work. Custom deliveries. Custom deliveries one will probably work, but we should probably go with this. It will depend on durability requirements. Using either of those two may be good enough. Now, first things first. Restoration of our soon-to-be living quarters. The heavy lifting and building can be left to us. While you craft the supplies we need. Craft the supplies we need for some finishing touches. If we are to live among the freezing peaks, we require flooring, which will be insulated from the cold. The space is large, so we'll need a few boxes worth. Can I count on you for that? Here should be everything you require for the task. But if by chance you run out, the person over there can provide you with more. While you do that, I shall assign tasks to the others. Let us get to work then. Okay. What quality do we need? Just basic. Warm repair supplies. In which case, we can probably just do... I forget what half of these are. Groundwork. Groundwork is not enough. We're going to need more supplies, unless it gave us it back. Okay, it gave us it back. It's 35, so the 1 for 40 should do it. Oh, that said it's a level 90 recipe, so shouldn't I be able to just immediately turn this one into high quality if I wanted to? It's mostly just the item durability that's going to be a problem. Ah, yeah, veneration. Okay, that one does work. Yes, we can just go trained eye. Uses progression of the greater cost of durability. Oh, right, yeah, that uses double, doesn't it? Whereas that uses half. Hello Nathan, how goes the crafting? Here you go. Aha! I see your skills were no mere boast. Excellent work. Now, thanks to you, Warmth will be a place worthy of its name. Please feel free to rest a while we take it from here. I left you on the wrong screen. Why, everyone works so eagerly, as if they've forgotten entirely the biting cold outside. The sight truly speaks to the quality of your contribution. The road ahead of us is long, but I am glad that we have taken our first steps upon it together. I hope that you will continue to lend us your expertise. Are you watching? I promise you that soon the spirits of Yoku will live in peaceful harmony once again. The clamped living quarters have been repaired, marking the beginning of the Opened Arms Restoration. I need to hear that name said. I don't know how to enunciate those syllables. Yet the snow spirits must be appeased. Only by continuing their work can they and her crafters quell the spirit's rage and bring peace to the mountains. Okay. I will worry about building an actual rotation for this stuff. In my own time. Because I need to remind myself of what all of these are. She sent you to collect the glowstone, did he? Yeah, take this. Hang on a second. Ah, no, different person. But there is an excellent, exceptionally pure example, far rarer than what was requested, and laborious to find. But in the view of your efforts to restore peace to our land, I render it up gladly. I'm counting on your success. We all are. That one's just collect and hand in. Ah, so you're Nathan Skidmore. I've heard much about your expert artisanry. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. Now, you'll excuse me if I get right to business. Of late, the people of the city have developed a fondness for foreign things. I'd like you to craft items that fill that niche. This time, I seek Eorzean-style wall decorations, 3 of them. We shall say these materials should suffice for the quality. But if you have need of more, please help yourself to the contents of the crate. Okay. All of those are level 90 recipes. In fact, these are all level 90 recipes. Interesting. Previously, I could have sworn they increased in difficulty. Home exterior components. They only want normal quality, so it's actually not going to be too hard to make. I mean, I could just push that button and be done with it. But the crafter in me demands. That I to provide only the highest quality. Now I hope my requested items are ready. Oh, marvellous. These are bound to fetch a high price. Here, please accept these supplies as payment for your service. Oops. They will find there's more than what we agreed on, but in light of what you provided, it's only fair. You have my heartfelt thanks. Can't buy here. I do have other mounts, but they gave us the best mount in the game fairly early on, and I have absolutely no intention of replacing them. Particularly given the fact, part of the reason that I've ended up replaying this again is because they made mention in, I forget where it was. I think I was looking on the Dawntrail, not Dawntrail, sorry, Evercold press site, and I noticed that it said there was going to be improvements or additions to the companion system, and that made me start going down a little bit more of a or going a little bit more down the hole of like what they was adding in the next expansion, and that just made me want to play the game again. That's the only reason I'm here. My Chocobo. My Chocobo is the only reason I'm here. It's just a shame that they're not updating in 8.0, it's afterwards. And I wonder how useful it will be to me, specifically, given that I play largely solo, other than in actual duty finder duties and things. Hear about the hand warmers? Yes, very good. I am relieved that we have a crafter like yourself to aid us. Here are the requested materials. I have more than what you came for or came from if you have required it. Blah 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 blah. When your work is finished. Hand warmers. In fact, it will take me no time at all just to make the macro for this. Which one do I want to borrow? Custom deliveries, restoration, temp. I don't know what temp was used for, so let's borrow temp as our base. Okay. It's going to need quotes. Actually, can I undo that? Never mind. And the first step. Yeah, this does want to be weight free, so... Trained eye. For safety's sake. We shouldn't need to. Well, it's Society Daily because the actual requests, part of the quest, will become trickier later. Let's see if I did that right. Doesn't need the sound effect in this one. The sound effect is there just when I'm mass crafting and watching YouTube at the same time. Because I have system alerts set to come through. Even if I'm tabbed out, it's the only thing that will come through. Yes, and what business might you have with me? Set of exchangeable parts used for the upkeep of the hand warmers. Oops. What splendidly crafted components, and with such impeccable timing as well. We've seen more than our warmers. We've seen more of our warmers' required maintenance of late. This is much appreciated. Okay. I don't know why I was reading the intermediary quest dialogue for these, and then entirely skipping the start and the end ones. Brains do weird things. Okay. So that's all 3 Beast Tribe dailies done. And unlocked. So now we start working on these. Once we've got that done, we'll worry about this one here and this one here, if we have the time. And if we still have time, we'll go around and unlock the custom deliveries. We're in no rush to do custom deliveries because the reset for that this week is already gone. Let me just quickly check this. There's a new mission available. That's all fine. Research is done. On that mission. Do I need, or do I want to need more stars? I could use more stars for the things that I'm going to be doing in the near future, and 20 isn't bad. Plus it's source and deliver. So shuttle, rubber, 40 million, 40,000 rather. 40 million would be an amount. Okay, So where are we heading? Back to the crossroads. Over to Dawntrail. Why am I doing this? So the reason I keep or I've now done this 3 times, gone to the Aetherite, teleport somewhere else, is because I've been most recently playing Power World. Where if you want to teleport, you have to go to the nearest teleport location. Okay. It will probably do me to find a training dummy and just quickly remind myself about my rotation, but I'm going to trust that my muscle memory will kick back in quick enough. Okay. It's a pleasure as always, Nathan. Have you been able to relax lately? Wonderful. As busy as you've been with the Rite of Succession, among other things, you deserve an opportunity to experience Turiola at a more leisurely pace. Sampling the tacos at the bar or the restaurant is one such way to do so. They made the traditional way, laden with villains. And the absolutes, let me sip of tea and try that entire sentence again. Sampling the tacos at Zubaid's? No idea. There's one such way to do so. They're made the traditional way, laden with villains, and are absolutely sublime. If you have an empty stomach, the owner, Book Ibu, will look after you. It's near enough that we can just run over there. I'll unlock your quest later. It's not like we're going to do them. At least, probably not. Well, if it isn't Nathan, alone today, are you? I see. If you have a hankering for tacos, then you're on the right house. Consider it a token gesture for your help tracking down those treasures. Go ahead and find a table. I'll bring you your meal as soon as it's ready. I just want to check something because it will help me later. Additional Dawntrail role requests. I'm betting we need to talk to the person that I can see on my left-hand monitor at the minute. For that. But I could be wrong. Melee. Yep. Okay, so we're coming back here later to speak with them. Yeah, you still love tacos, I hope. You ate so many when you turned 5, and you could barely move afterwards. Remember that? No, not really. That was 30 years ago for me. Right, sorry. It's still strange for me too. Just the other day you were a little boy clinging to your mother's skirt as you set off for Yesulana. And now you're a grown man with a full face of hair. Even so, I knew you were my son the instant I saw you. We're still family, and you can always rely on me. Relying. That feeling, that feels like the only thing I'm doing right now. On you and everyone else. I can't even start with start a fire without assistance at my new job. Back in Alexandria, we had electrope. If I needed fire, all we had to do was press a button. Everything was right at our fingertips. But here, I'm helpless. A culinarian who can't even light the stove. The way the others in the kitchen stared at me. Gods, I've never felt so embarrassed. I'm sorry to hear that. I've been told the tales, but it seems life really was different within the dome. My wife and children, I was thinking I'd have joined them, or I'd have them join me, once things had settled, but at this rate... I say you sent them, or I say you send for them. If they're your family, then they're mine too. I'll do whatever's necessary to make it work. I didn't mean to overhear, but it seems like you're having trouble readjusting to the life in Tuliola. Vauklamat? To aid folks like yourself, we've established a support group at the Wings of Reflection. There you can learn the skills you need to live outside the dome. It isn't easy being back, I know, but I'm hopeful that they can make things easier. That's exactly what I need. I'll definitely seek this group out, and I'll bring my family with me. Thank you. Oh, look who it is! I was just about to go and find you, Nathan. You don't mind the company, I hope? I could use a bite to eat myself. Ah, the tacos here never disappoint. So, what have you been up to lately? Oh, I don't know, I've been away for 2 years. I've been exploring Tuliola with my trusty alpaca. Not true. I've been catching up on sleep. Probably correct. I've been helping out around... and that's the crafting area. Technically we did do that since the end of last... the last end of the main story quest. I've been working to recover some stolen artifacts. I've been making a name for myself at the Arcadion. So this is accurate, that is technically accurate, this is probably more accurate. Given everything we've been through, I don't blame you. But once you've had your fill, I'm sure you'll be itching to get back to the thick of things. As for myself, I've been keeping busy with my duties at the palace, but whenever I find a moment, I like to walk the streets and talk to people. That way, I can better understand the problems they have, and share them with Kona, to figure out solutions. I was on one such walk just now, and as I mentioned, I was hoping to find you. Kona and I have something we want to discuss with you, as Dawn servants. Do you have time to come to the palace? Great, I'll go on ahead. Please come join us once you're finished here. Okay, nearest teleport's out this side. Staircase notwithstanding. Oh, that's something else that I could probably be doing to level up my other classes, although I'm thinking the hunt board. We would need to get some other things done. We need to level up some classes to the point where we can actually use them. Too many of them are still level 80. It seems Kona's gone somewhere. Sorry. Master Nathan, it is always an honour. Val Kona has stepped away to attend to a pressing matter, but he should join you within before long. Oh, you're all here too. Valkona summoned us. Though, if truth be told, Alphano and I had been seeing him quite regularly of late. He asked us to share our knowledge of Harnish culture, you see, in hopes of further strengthening your alliance. We were, of course, happy to oblige him. Kran and I were likewise summoned. Otherwise, we'd have been carrying on with our work, compiling information on the Golden City. My grandfather embarked on his investigation 20 years ago. With our report, we shall finish what he started. Least you wonder, Thancred and Uriandre have left to resume their tour of Tural. Yustola, meanwhile, is back researching the Cross Rift travel. She was here just a few days ago to get Kona's permission to investigate living memory. Either way, she mentioned wanting to take a look at the key in your keeping at some point. If the look she had in her eye was any indication, I suggest you brace yourself for when she comes calling. You're likely to be stuck with her for a while. As for Estinian, we know neither where he is nor what he is doing. Some things never change. My apologies for the delay. Think nothing of it. We took advantage of the time to catch up. So, what can we do for you? Hopefully present company is enough for whatever it is you need. The matter for which I have summoned you pertains to Alexandria. A state funeral will soon be held in Solution 9 to mourn the passing of the Queen Sphene. King Gudula and his administration have invited us to attend. While certain issues remain unresolved between our nations, such as the treatment of the Yashilan, I see no reason not to attend. For generations, the Alexandrians lived without even the awareness of death. I wouldn't have expected them to have a funeral rite still. Apparently, the members of Oblivion unearthed records of ceremonies that were conducted in Alexandria of old. It is they who put forth the proposal that the Queen be thus honoured. Leave it to that lot to think of such things. The people of Alexandria no longer forget the departed. They're being confronted with the idea of death for the first time. I suspect our friends wanted to do something for them. Though Sphene was but a simulacrum, she was nevertheless a pillar of her people. The pain of her passing must run deep. Indeed, a funeral will give the Alexandrians the chance to come together to express their grief, that they might overcome it. I wasn't sure at first, but I decided to go. Not only to be there for Gajulja, but to put this chapter behind us. I requested your presence, or that I requested your presence was none other than to see if you wished to attend the funeral. You knew Sphene well as well, after all. These were all valid responses. We did kill the simulacrum. Sometimes I wonder if there wasn't another way. You and me both. But we made our choices and are responsible for what comes of them. As vow, I'll attend the funeral in official capacity. I owe it to the Alexandrian people to bear witness to their grief. I'd like it if you could be there to watch over everything, like you did all through the Rite of Succession. I feel the rest of us should go too. Regardless of the reason, the fact remains that we deprived the Alexandrians of their beloved ruler. It's only right that we remember who Sphene was, to her people and to the others. So let us stand with you. Then it's decided. Let's head to Solution 9 and look for Gulaja. I'm getting closer. For some reason I want to say it's Galujaja. We'll go with Galujar until I hear it said again. In the back room. Though I too would ideally attend the funeral, given the circumstances, I think it best that Lamati represents us. Besides, I need to be on hand to oversee the city's repairs, which has taken longer than expected. When that work is complete, I will finally look unto installing new thrones. But to have Father's throne still here makes me feel he's close by, and I'm quite happy for it to remain for a while. Why am I running? I could have just teleported there. Straight to the right. Okay. Nope. All the way around the back, isn't it? That's why it's called the back room. Well, actually, it's just here. Ah, yes, Are you heading to the back room? Glad to see the invitation reached you. As you may have heard, we were able to find data on forgotten funeral customs and missed old records. It appears to have been preserved by those who rued the loss of culture due to the proliferation of regulators. We're grateful for their foresight. Ah, you came for the funeral. Of course, I'm the only one who will officially take part, though. The others will be watching over the proceedings. So, how have you been? It's been a while since my last visit. I'm good. Cheryl is always teaching me new things. Recently I've learned about Everkeep's systems and the mechanical soldiers. It's knowledge I'll need to use my authority properly. Studious as always, I see. By way of a treat, I have brought you gelato chocolate. It's a kind of cake. I think you'll like it. Thank you, Lamati. And thank you for coming. I've never been to a funeral before, so I feel less nervous having you here. Out of curiosity, what's the custom in Alexandria? In our world, it's common to offer flowers to the departed. It's much the same here in accordance to the records. Flowers will be distributed to all attendees. Considering that all of the worlds used to be one, the practice of offering flowers may well be shared, share the same ancient origin. Fascinating, wouldn't you say? We actually still have some decent food, but we should grab some because we don't need the money. We don't need the experience, but it wouldn't be bad to have extra food on hand other than our vegetable soup, which I think is stuff we've crafted. I think, yeah, in the event that we wanted to go raiding, savage raiding. This being back in 7.0, there is almost certainly better raid food than this, but I think this was the best raid food at the time. For the people to take it on themselves to organise and hold a funeral, it speaks to their enduring love for Sveen. From a group that plotted to undermine a tyrant king from the shadows to one that aids their fellow citizens in the open, Oblivion has come a long way. It's a relief to see that Guluja is doing well. He's been through too much for one so young. Although I've been in the back room before, there was no time to see the sights. Should I take a closer look at the equipment? Papa always said he didn't want a somber funeral, so we celebrated his life together with our victory. I'm sure he would have loved it. I'd like to think he's watching over us from the world beyond, filling his cup every time we filled our own. Galuja wishes to go and collect his flowers for the funeral. The flowers are being handed out at Paraxis Park. I think I'm heading over there now. We'll join you. There's a man I would like to go speak with, Gulsan. He was apparently Sveen's aide, and the one who sent us the invitation. Come on, let's go. My tea is running out. They better start speaking for me soon. Or I'm going to have to get more tea early. Where are we going? I want to guess over here, but maybe not. Up here. I assume you've not changed anything that you say. Judging from all the activity, I presume the funeral would be handled here. Nope, they all have something new to say. All correspondence was being handled by the Wing of Reflection. So this is my first time speaking with Gorsan. While it appears souls are still being issued, supply must be limited now that they're no longer being harvested. The grim faces in the queue tell the tale. It makes sense that Sphene had loyal aides such as Gorsan, given how much time she dedicated to walking among her people. Wuklamat's attendance will surely help to strengthen the relationship between the two nations. I get the strong impression that both Turiala and Alexandria wish to put this tragic past behind them. Here he is, Gorsan. Why, you're... I'm Val Wuklamat of Turiala. Thanks for extending us an invitation to the Queen Sphene's funeral. We are honoured, truly. I had seen you before from a distance, but never had the pleasure. I am Gorsan, former chief aide to the Queen. Since her passing, I have been responsible for administrating affairs of the state, can we get our flowers here? Yes, Your Majesty. The flowers are being handed out to the council yonder, alongside the regulators. What? We need to wear regulators for the funeral? Rest assured they are not a requirement. We're aware your people do not use them. You see, people in Alexandria of old worn tokens of mourning upon their person when attending funerals. I think there's a comma missing in that sentence. You see, people in the Alexandria of old wore tokens. As such, tokens were black. It was suggested that we might wear regulators painted the same colour. We've yet to produce enough for everyone, but we're distributing them as we're able. I see. Yet, regulator or no, the important thing is that we remember Queen Sphene. Remember her and her kindness, as you make your offers of flowers. I will. The proceedings will soon begin in this plaza. Please take your places once you have your flower. One thing I do remember is that there was some sort of shadowy group pulling strings that we've never actually seen, but it got mentioned a lot as we was going through the back end of the Dawntrail main quest line. They created Sphene in the first place.
Although we are gathered here for the same reason, We hail from different lands. Some were born and raised in the Alexandria of old, while others came to us from Tuliolal. It was from this union of diverse peoples that a new Alexandria was born. The only home that our younger generation knows. How did we overcome the barriers between us? What moved us to join hands in common purpose beneath crackling skies? You know the answer. We survived. We thrived because Queen Sphene brought us together. Inspired and encouraged by her boundless kindness, we strove to be better, for ourselves as well as those around us. And in Her Majesty's absence, there is a sadness beyond words. Yet we will remember her. Remember all the good that she has done for us. So let us pray, as the people of the Old Kingdom once did, for the peaceful repose of the departed. And let us keep our beloved Queen forever in our hearts, that her memory might guide us unto the morrow. Would that I could find solace in my own words.
Was Queen Sphene taken to the cloud?
She must have been. To still remember her is strange, isn't it, darling?
I miss her. She would always cheer me up when I was down. But even though I remember her, I'll never see her again. That doesn't make sense.
It seems that's what it means to die, I'm afraid.
But what will happen to us? Are we just going to be sad forever?
What will happen indeed? Everything that we have, we owe to Queen Sphene. How are we to go on without her?
I still remember Her Majesty so clearly. If only I didn't, I might feel better about the future of our realm.
Perhaps we should also consider moving to Tuliolo. The journey won't be easy, but it'd be better than staying here in uncertainty.
In times like these, I take comfort in the beliefs of a Turali people called the Yokui. To them, death isn't the end. So long as we're remembered, we never truly die. It could be the same for Queen Sphene, you know? If you keep her alive in your hearts, she'll always be with you.
But we still won't be able to see her, right? I don't want to think about that. I wish I could just forget instead of having to feel like this.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to impose. Please, mourn your queen however you see fit. As expected, they struggle to come to terms with their loss. I hope they can find a way to move forward.
It's not only grief that weighs on them, but worry for the future. Bereft of their queen, how will they proceed?
True. But with that at least, we're not powerless to help. What is it, Guloja?
I was wondering, is it better to remember or forget someone when they're dead? I remember my father, and every time I think of him, it hurts. It's the same with Queen Sphene. Knowing that she's gone makes me feel sad. But it's different with my mother. I never knew her, so I don't feel as bad. I want to remember my father, but maybe I'd be better off forgetting him.
Guloja.
Why don't we continue this somewhere else?
It focusing on the regulator is a bit like checkered gun. I was wondering that earlier when they said they had issued new regulators. As stated, as I said earlier, there is a note of a group pulling the strings before Sphene originally died and was put into the computer. And it's probably responsible for pretty much everything. Which then begs the question, what have they done with the new regulator? This seems a good place to continue our conversation. Simply leaving Alexandria won't solve their problems, I fear. The problem runs deeper than that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up. Seeing that child reminded me of myself, of how I was, or how hard it was for me to accept that grandfather was gone. But that sadness is what gave me the strength to come this far, and I would never choose to forget it. Never. I hope the altar can prove comfort to those who need it. Hey, Gulja, do you really know nothing about your mother? Shell searched the system for information on residents, but the only the only Mamulja she found, the only Mamulja she found listed was my father and me. Even if she died and I was erased from people's memory, she should have been there, but she wasn't. Well, that means that... that you're here means that she was too, inside the dome. Can't be any other way about it. Unless he's a clone. I thought we established that he was a clone. Do you want to know your mother? Even so, I think it'll make me feel sad. I want to know her. So I want to try looking again, and if we don't find anything this time, I'll give up. I see. Well, if that's what you want. Then I'll help you. I'd like to help as well, and I believe I speak for the others too. But I can't bother you with this. You already came for the funeral. We came here not only for the funeral, but to see whether all was well in Alexandria. We're not about to leave just yet. Besides, in seeking to learn about your mother, we're bound to learn about your father as well. By retracing the steps of this man, who kept his own counsel, we may gain knowledge that can serve the people of Alexandria. Alright, thank you, everyone. No records remaining of Guluja's mother. Then where do we begin our search? I understand too well what Guluja desires. For the longest time, I found my own father's actions inexplicable. If this is what Guluja wants, then I'll help him however I can. After all, we're family. I might learn more about my father too. I hadn't thought of that. I can very much relate to his feelings. I pray Guluja finds what he seeks. Gvarati has his own ideas of how you may proceed with your investigation. Assuming neither memory nor record of Guluja's mother's remain, we must cast a wider net, or as wide a net as possible. I suggest we split into groups. Nathan, if you can make inquiries outside the outskirts, the rest of us will do the same in Solution 9. Okay. Experience. Nearest teleporter is this way. Okay. We're going outside. So, but I've never heard of a Maluja woman living in these parts, much less one connecting to Zuelja. You might have better luck talking to people over at Tonawatan settlement, the north of Everkeep, in a place called Uayawata. The resilient son won their loyalty when he saved them from some crisis or other. So the story goes. If I remember correctly, their chief was named Kaniluka. You have exchanged with the middle-aged Tunawana, has taught you about Zuelja's devotees. You're looking for a Muja woman. Oh, Galuja's mother. Can't help you there, I'm afraid. I only know a little about Zuelja, and then only what my father told me. He said that before the dome cut us off from the outside world, a Tul Vidal had appeared and was terrorizing the region. In response, the Zuelja assembled a party of warriors, and with them confronted and felled the beast. It was interesting to hear the king's speak in the past. Where is this last one? There they are. A Maluja woman? People have never been a common sight around here. Why, the last time I saw one would have been before the dome came down over our heads. She was among the entourage of the Landsguard that was dispatched here. I assume they all returned to Turiolo after the mission. But if any remained, I suppose they could have been trapped here with us, or with the rest of us. I assume we are heading back inside. You heading to the back room? Yes, we are. Zuelja rarely made public appearances, so the people have no idea how we spend most of his time. Yet I believe therein lies the key to the answer we seek. Ah, you're back too. I told Shale all about your search. Solution 9 is vast indeed. Even with the teleporters, we could cover but a small portion of it. I'm sorry, I couldn't find anything useful. None of the people I questioned had heard of a Maluja woman before. Lamati didn't seem to have much luck. How did you fare? While I failed to learn anything directly related to the Guljar's mother, I did find information which may shed some light upon Zuljar. Zuljar's told me all. We previously tried to track down the records of his mother, but came empty-handed. With everyone's help, hopefully we can get somewhere this time. Ah, so you spoke with quite a few different people as well. Let's combine all our findings and see what conclusions we might draw. So Zuljar brought a retinue of Landsguard to Yashalani, among whom was a female Muljar. His mission was to rid the region of a Trul Vadral. And I believe it's safe to say that that was the crisis in Yawiwata he resolved. If some of his troops stuck around for a time, then perhaps to assist the villagers with recovery efforts, then they could have indeed gotten trapped in the dome. We've also heard stories about the settlement in Yawiwata. People lived there under nearly a decade ago, until nearly a decade ago, and Zuljar made regular visits. If he required secrecy, a location home to his most loyal followers would be ideal. And if this Zuljar woman had remained there, they would have had occasion to come in contact. I see. But what could Zuljar have been doing in that village? I think we can answer that question. In order to retrace Zuljar's step, Vara and I spoke to a researcher who worked at Origenics. He said that, approximately 20 years ago, a number of his colleagues were transferred to a research facility outside Everkeep, per the King's direct order. This is true, or this is the first time I've heard of such a facility. Only Vanguard was believed to have been under the King's jurisdiction. It was apparently being used to develop a new kind of weapon, but I'm afraid that's all we could learn. It's plenty to go on. Even if the work there was classified, any materials and equipment needed would have been manufactured within Everkeep. So if we look into transportation records, there it is. The routes are full of detours and attempts at obfuscation, but large deliveries were being made to Yawatiwata, far too large for a mere village. There hasn't been any activity for years, though. It's likely the facility has been decommissioned. Do you think that's where my mother was? We can't say for certain just yet, but I reckon there's a good chance. This is amazing! Even though no one remembers her, we managed to figure all this out. Each piece of the puzzle may reveal little on its own, but when we put several together, the picture begins to form. And even should memories fade, footprints remain to mark the path of those who walked before. A lesson I learned in another life. So, we'll be investigating this secret facility in Yawiwata. Then. And this time, I want to come along, Guluja. I want you to come along, Guluja. The place is on the other side of the lake. To get there, you'll need to take a hover cargo from Drift Towns, or Drift Downs. Alright, thank you, Shale. Make your way to Drift Downs when you're ready. Kiwas will have a hover cargo ready for you. Is this the next dungeon? This feels like a dungeon. Found. Where are we going? It's literally just outside the door. If we're just going outside the door, we'll take the teleporter. Weapons developed in secret with the aid of devoted followers. Nothing good will have come of this. The settlement in the outskirts, that was originally Tonawatan as well. Yes. I wonder if it's similar, if such and such is similar to it. While the researcher we spoke with remembered that he had colleagues, he couldn't recall details about any specific individuals, none of their names, nor what they were like. So either they're all dead, or that memory was wiped from everyone else's memory. Someone would have noticed if Zuluja travelled from Drift Downs. I expect he utilised a flying vehicle. We've seen how much has changed for the part of Yasulani. That's on this side of the dome. I wonder what it's like on the other. So the hover cargo will take us across the lake. I've never been over there before. It's still inside the dome, so don't expect it to be too different from here. We'll likely encounter dangerous beasts, so the rest of us will go first. You follow when it's safe to do so, alright? Alright, be careful everyone. This is what we thought. Okay. Don't need to refeed you, but I will eat the food that we got a minute ago. Okay. Seems perfectly reasonable to me. Although if we're going to bring Kryl, we should bring...
I stand ever ready.
Bring Rahat here with us. Let's see how well my muscle memory does me. We've not touched this class in 2 years, and it is hardly simple. Let's make sure event chat is the one we're using. Okay. Lava must have had his reason, coming here for reasons. Ah, that fingered already.
Hold still.
What these are used for? Oh right, I think I remember. Having access to those increases the damage of that. Either the damage of that or potency is increased by 100% when under the effect of yes. Which is this one. Yeah, which button is it? That one. Okay. The lightning hasn't let up either. There are these beasts here too. Even the creatures here are electrified. Bolts can't strike bolts can strike everywhere. Step lightly. You did it, not exactly a leisurely trek. That one looks mean, be careful. I guess we stepped into its territory. Did I miss my chance, or... Ah, no, I've gotten the order wrong. Fever toss. Too soon. Okay, so... execution error. Been too long. Muscle memory hasn't entirely gone. I definitely don't remember some of this stuff. I'm going to get gear from this. So the facility is still here. What kind of research did they do here? Don't know, let's read. While His Majesty's ruler is not the first to conceive of transferring a beast's soul into a person's body, safety and ethical concerns have ensured no earnest attempts have been made to date. Yet our king believes that there is no greater evil than to hinder the potential of man. So he has ordered us to make this conception a reality. He would bolster our military might and break through into the outside world if our research will further this ambition. Then perhaps it is worth pursuing. remember which one of my abilities are off global cooldown and on global cooldown. Weapon skills and abilities. There! Our bodies are fragile vessels. Although the infusion of another person's soul confers strength and vitality, the soul of a beast yields mixed results. Even when stripped of its memories, a feral soul can induce psychological instabilities in the subject. I suspect this is because the primal instinct remains. And while a certain amount of bestial ferocity is expected, I dare say welcomed, too many such souls can lead to physical mutilations. No, it is mutilations. For now, our objective shall be to determine the threshold beyond which the body is at risk of uncontrollable... no, it is mutations. Goddamn dyslexia. Uh-oh.
Hold on.
That's more like it. They're always running so far behind me that I can never actually see when they're posting a message. The NPCs, that is. See when the NPCs are talking.
Allow me.
Still 3 targets here. The rate of transfiguration may be dictated by the potency of the soul consumed. We've experimented with fiends of great power, but mutations were observed after the infusion of merely a single soul. No better was this phenomenon illustrated than with poor Lucretius. His body was altered irreparably, and he lost all capacity for rational thought. While the primary objective of this research was to utilize the souls of a Turelian or a Turelvadral, I struggle to see a path forward. An alternate approach must be considered. treasure chest up ahead. I doubt there's one in any of these rooms. Okay. If the source of our failure thus far has been the inability of our bodies to contain feral souls, what if we were to reverse the process? By purging a beast of its memories and infusing it with man souls, one still possessed of its own memories, we stand to gain absolute control over the vessel, over a vessel of great power. My subordinate, who first proposed this brilliant hypothesis, shall have the honour of being the first to transcend our meagre limits. I must prepare his soul for extraction at once. Don't know if this gear is going to be... Nope. It's lower than, or not as good as what we already have. I have a bad feeling about this. You and me both. Oh, those are individual attacks. I thought it was a pattern I needed to memorize. Damn it, that's the wrong ability.
Something special for you.
Could have gone better, but at least we didn't die. Let's see, what were the messages? Perhaps it's too complicated to be reading the messages that are on the screen at the same time if you want to play it effectively at least. There's something else about leaving here, what happened to them? You. Surrender your soul to King Zulda. Come forth, my dear souls. But now, so many, they're gathering. I won't let precious samples escape. Discard the flesh, extract the soul. Get out of my head, it's spinning. I can't move. Stay calm, keep your distance. Might not serve a greater purpose. Oh, I forget whether or not I can use Shikuchi while under the effect of Dizzy. that a storm? Let's get a closer look. God damn it. I didn't realise she'd gone that way. Hey, we can stun it. Never a certainty. Ah, bollocks, order of operations.
Allow me.
Hold still.
Something's wrong. Don't rush ahead. What was that roar? Did it come from inside the storm? You have to. Last for 20 seconds, that does still last for 20 seconds.
Something special for you.
Federal. Luke Party. Looney Party? Something like okay. We may soon face our fiercest foe. Has that thing been sealed away all this time? A tool over there? No doubt about it. Let's see if we can do this without getting killed once. Right. Doing. Slightly late on that.
Allow me.
You can see they're still standing inside it. Do I want to be inside that? Why do I get the feeling that will kill me? I fall in it. This is very mean to a ninja.
No holding back.
At least I think it's lost its positional markers at this point.
Hold still.
You're still in range over here. Not quite. Arcadion. Ninja does not appreciate. At least the wall isn't insta-death. Black mages must also hate that fight. Because I didn't test it, but I wouldn't be surprised if the hole in the center is something you can fall down and just instantly die. Which prevents you from using any kind of teleport. Because teleport still tries to path you straight the way across. So if I was to secure you from here to there, I would fall down the hole in the process. I don't want to test it. Still breathing in faintly. Didn't catch both of those. I don't think you said anything. Whew, we did it. It's still breathing, only faintly. I felt the earth shake all the way from the cliff. That was too close. It must have been easy to imprison. Oh, it mustn't have been easy to imprison such a creature. A Tyrant of Turel, truly fitting something or other. Its title. I mean, it's over. We absolutely can fall down there. This is a mean dungeon. I mean, the cactus one was mean as well.
For all the talk of my brother felling this beast, he only imprisoned it, like Valley Armanda.
From what I could tell, they sought to transfer people's souls and memories into bestial vessels at that facility. The Tural Vidral explains the need for a remote location. It was doubtless their prime subject. Though I expect Zoralja did not foresee the opportunities it presented when he imprisoned the creature.
That's unusual.
And so, in order to prevent the breakdown of the individual, I instead seek to transfer their soul into the body of the beast.
Is that where his mother is?
This would allow one to wield the power of a Tural Vidral.
In theory, our initial experiments will involve lesser creatures. But in time, I am confident we will be able to bring even the mightiest under our control.
And what becomes of those who offer their souls?
As they won't be able to return to their original forms, we must consider them lost. But the sacrifice will be worthwhile, for the army you stand to gain will far surpass any composed of mechanical soldiers.
Very well. Recruit volunteers and begin at once.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall return to the observatory and see to the necessary preparations.
There she is. One assumes.
So, you've given him permission?
Teishalja, you will assist Kaniloka. As one of the Land's Guard's finest chirurgeons, your knowledge may be of use in his experiments. You will also watch him closely. In what you learn, you will report to me. You object to his project? Or are you incapable of performing this duty?
No, Your Majesty. Whether we shelter within the dome or expand beyond it, we require great power. But with no one to rely upon, we must take that power for ourselves, even if the means are questionable. I will do as you command. But if Kaniloka's work bears fruit, I wish to beg a boon.
What do you desire?
Something that I had accepted I would never have in Tuliyollal. That I believed would forever be beyond me. That it was foolish to covet. But here and now, it is close. So very, very close.
Perform your duty to my satisfaction, and anything you desire is yours. That which I seek does not lie within this dome. Here, I cannot prove the miracle. But if what you seek is at hand, then you may claim it, for it has no value to me.
If we assume that's the mother, is the thing she desires his child specifically, or just a child generally?
Are you alright?
Teishalja. Could she be my mother?
Like the people in the outskirts said, few Mamulja lived in the Yasulani. I can't imagine many other Ubigo women were trapped in the dome. That being the case, she could well be the one.
This observatory Kaniloka returned to, could it not be part of the research facility? We might learn something about Teishalja there.
That's where we're going next then.
Okay, it is 35 minutes past our usual break time, so I am going to get myself a cup of tea. That's the wrong button. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. Let's check something. Right. Now that the danger is behind us, it's starting to sink in just how unsettling this place is. Hard to believe it used to be a village. That you should be able to peer into the true Vidrell's past. I wonder what that implies for the beast's consciousness while it was sealed away. That's kind of what I was thinking. I've only ever, or I can only remember peering into the past of sentient creatures before. And to be fair, the Viper storyline did kind of give indications that Terrell Vidrell were most definitely at least smarter than like your average beast. It seems this Loka was in charge here. From your accounting, he was quite dedicated to Zulja. The villagers were likely monitoring the imprisoned Terrell Vidrell at Zulja's behest, and at some point they became involved in the research of souls. Tashilja, you said her name was. I wonder what her story is. I wish I could see into the past like you. Then I could see people who are gone. Because there aren't many other Mamuja women here. For a long time, I couldn't even imagine what my mother looked like. But when I visited Tuiula and saw some, I was finally able to picture her in my mind. And one day, I hope I get to see what she actually looks like as well. Spell speed, skill speed, tenacity, piety. Is it alright if I go around by myself now? Probably not. Kyle is eager to begin searching the research facility. While we've discerned the purpose of the research conducted here, the traces of it that remain might offer us greater insight into what came of it. Let us take a look around for information as well as a way up to the upper level. Find all the glowy things. What happened to the people here? Did they all leave? Or did we already meet them? That does look like a lift up ahead. To think that people actually volunteered their souls for these experiments. Success was far from guaranteed, and even in the best case, they would cease to be men. Was their devotion to Zulja so absolute? There's a lift. It won't open, and I don't think it'll yield to our shoulders either. We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Find the key. I'll take your word for it. I wonder what Beck-Luke would make of this research into transferring souls. Nothing good. And rightly so. The research likely moves between the upper and lower levels. Perhaps we can find a key among their belongings. It makes me angry to think about what they did here. I heard something that sounded like a door opening. Oh, it's this thing. Any of these open? Or do I actually have to examine the gate first before it will let me? Can't I just trust that she's right? Why do I have to question it? Now, if it can be seen beyond the water, and as sturdy as it appears, the gate will likely resist any attempt to force it open. Security panel nearby, perhaps a verification key will open the way. She told us as much. Why aren't we allowed to just take her at her word? Just feels disrespectful to her. We have to check for ourselves. They're recruiting volunteers for new equipment. I know I'm not as bright as the others, but they wouldn't laugh at me if I was as strong as them. This might be by chance. Soul transferred a few days ago. I can write. I can write good. Can I write good? Yes, I'm good. Very good. Getting hard to control strength. Today bit off hand of feeder. Cannot help it so strong. Hungry, always hungry. Cannot control. Eat, I must eat. I am eater, must eat. You find nothing that resembles a verification key. Perhaps you should search elsewhere. So it started fine, and then animal instincts took over. Supplies for the staffs are neatly arranged in the cabinet. Among with various items is a manual outlining the regulators and tranquilizing gas to be used in emergencies. You dig deeper. You find a verification key. Perhaps it can be used to open the iron gate. Found the key. Great, I'll call the others. It seems the key can be used to operate the lift as well. Up we go. So this is the observatory. I didn't expect it to be similar, but this is a far cry from the temple that I had held the tailed Valagamunda. All the machinery appears to still be in operation. I expect there are auxiliary systems in place to ensure that monitoring can continue even in emergencies. The warnings indicate various anomalies related to the seal's failure. Most likely, for a blessing, we managed to fell the beast before it could cause harm. Right then, let's see if we can find some clues about Gurujar's mother. I think I can use this terminal. Shale taught me how. There's so much data. I don't know what I should look at. Perhaps we can narrow the search down by inputting the name Tashilja. Ah, they brought up a lot of results. They all seem to say the same thing. Tashilja, Administrator of Experimental Treatment, Research Log. That sounds good, doesn't it? Chances are the data is encrypted, and even if not, it will take considerable time to go through it all. Oops. My mouse left the window. One moment, I need to put things back in order. Then let us take it with us to the back room and have Shale analyze it. Agreed. Alright, I'll transfer it to the storage device I brought. There, it's finished. Thank you so much for bringing me all the way here, everyone. If you're happy, then so am I. Besides, I was able to learn more about my brother as well. It was a fruitful adventure for both of us. I admit that the Tool Vadral gave me a fright at first, but when I remembered who felled the mighty Valagamunda, I'll not soon forget our visit to that facility. It was a troubling reminder of the depravity that can arrive from the belief that souls are simply a resource to be exploited. It seems safe to say my brother returned to... We heard this a minute ago and I've already forgotten it. For the Tool Vadral. He wanted its power, no matter the cost. I'm glad we could find what we sought in that abandoned facility. Kiluaz is really good at driving the hover cargo. I wonder if we can learn how to, or I wonder if I can learn how to drive it too. And here we are. The authorities will doubtless wish to be informed about the facility and its contents. But first things first, let us deliver the data to Shale. Spirit bonded. It was Cheryl who gave me the storage device before we left. She said that that we'll probably need it, and we did. Gul'dan had no trouble keeping up during the outing. He really is his father's son. Having now spent some time in these harsh environs, I feel I have a better understanding of how much of a steadying presence Fiend was to her people. You found information on Gul'dan's mother. You'll never cease to amaze. From what I can see, things haven't changed much since the funeral. People are still listless like before. I've been thinking, it may behoove us to learn how to use these various devices throughout Alexandria. Better late than never, after all. The data will be in good hands with Shale. Welcome back. Gul'dan has already given me the storage device. There looks to be a wealth of data, all of which is encrypted, so I need some time to process everything. In that case, Alizé and I might take ourselves around the city and check on the people. Aye, their mood is a bit their mood has us a bit worried. I don't know if there's anything we can do to help. We'll see. Understood. I'll let you know as soon as I finish my work. Thank you. We'll see you again soon. Okay. I need to check something. This doesn't seem like an obvious place for the end of the patch. 7 quests. I feel like we're on 4 or 5. Main scenario, Dawntrail. Post-main scenario quests. Okay, we've done 4, we're on 5. Jude's concern is writ plain upon his face. Alizé isn't wrong, the mood out there is still grim. Some of the Turali remember the time before they were dependent on the Sol system. But even they're unsettled and worrying out loud. If they'll have the chance to reunite with old friends and family before they pass on. For good reason too. The journey home won't be an easy one for those who've grown old. That's why it's mostly been younger folk who have been leaving for Tural. Ones with no elders to care for. Word of that problem has reached us in Turalia. My brother is doing all he can to see that the Exu-Tural railroads the Tural Railroad restored to operation. Okay, sorry. I don't know why that sentence didn't pass right in my head. My brother is doing all he can to see the Tural Railroad restored to operation so that people may come and go more freely. Unfortunately, the track only goes as far as Vanguard, so some travelling by foot will still be necessary. Even so, the railroad will make things slightly easier, or a sight easier. How long before it's back in service? I couldn't say. When I left for this visit, Kona seemed reluctant to make promises. But while Shell's working on the data, we could go see the state of it for ourselves. To Shalom Station, then. I'll make sure to keep Kona informed. Say hello to Kona for me. You'll have plenty of time while I work on this, trust me. I would be astonished if they were able to restore the railroad to service so quickly. The locomotive was nigh obliterated in the collision with the dome. Raha and I will keep an eye on things here in your absence. Okay. How long? I want to say here. Hey, correct. We best fill in Kona. He asked that we continue to support the Alexandrians as best we can. Vow of Resolve, and Nathan Skimmel to boot. What can I do for you? We're hoping for some good news about the railroad. There's an increasing number of people looking to return to Tural that can't make the journey on foot. I see. As it happens, Vow of Reason is also on his way here to take stock of the situation. Ah, scratch the on his way. Hi, Arenvold. Erenvold, close enough. Yes, did our little Bun finally outgrow his old clothes? Yeah, why not? Stop that. As you well know, my previous attire was that of a gleaner, and I have chosen a different path. It was time for a change. You're here by the railroad too. It was in part for my sake that the original Dawnblazer was sacrificed. So I felt it only right that I assist with its replacement. Speaking of which, I assume Lamity has explained the the growing urgency of the need we have you to report. The new locomotive was on track for completion, but we're having difficulties pulling her into the station, in a manner of speaking. You see, when we used the Dawnblazer to get into the dome, we urgently outweighed all other considerations. But now we're back to our original problem. How to run the railroad without upsetting the inhabitants of that name there. That is the Ronique. Although the Hisora that follow them are none too pleased about their Hisoran being spoken by or spooked by the noise of the locomotive either. The solution I devised to quieten the railroad should address that complaint. But a silent train presents a different danger. The Ronique will need to be deterred from wandering across the tracks. And I suppose we can't just blow the whistle at them, or they'll panic and be put off their grazing again. Weren't the rail routes plotted to avoid the Ronique's preferred grazing areas, though? It's odd that they're getting so close in the first place. The Ronique grazing patterns have shifted since the track were laid. I'm not certain why, but I intend to ask the people of that place for their insight. As a major proponent of the railroad, I have a duty to assist in this matter, and I too would hear the Hisora, what the Hisora have to say about it. They're the ones most affected, after all. I believe it would be best to begin by consulting their leader, Hiwato. The rest of you can accompany us to Hirosora, to the Hirosora encampment, if you like. Okay, there should be a teleport nearby. Yep. Did I see something about the fee is waived? To our prior visit to Zona was on railroad business. Pray they do not take us for train enthusiasts. To think all of this can be packed up at a moment's notice to follow wherever the runic lead. As a committed Hosoran are to tradition, they are amenable to unfamiliar, so I'm told. That's Kona, without reason, is it not? I can scarce believe it. Without resolve, without reason, I bid you welcome to our camp. What brings you all the way out here to this place? I thank you for seeing us. Our visit concerns the matter of the Zactural Railroad. You have noticed the Runique's unexpected change in behavior, then? My son, Shepeto, has been looking into the matter. Shepeto? Normally, we'd expect the Runique to keep to their favoured grazing grounds nearby for a while yet, and despite a thorough search, we haven't found anything wrong with the quality or quantity of the grazing in that other place there. Yet they refuse to keep where they usually would, instead pushing westward towards your railroad. I certainly see no cause for this unseasonal migration. Nevertheless, should they continue to move west, we will follow. As any true Hisuru would, I suppose. As you may have surmised, I am of Hisuru descent. My parents travelled with the Runique as well, though I myself have no memory of the experience. I was left behind as a baby, you see. During such migrations, one of many sacrifices necessitated by nomadic lifestyle, I am forced to assume. A chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade that I might fend for myself. I became a still keeper in Turalia's markets, and that is where the Dawn Servant found and adopted me. I had already been in the palace some time when Lamati came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parents. I knew the pain of solitude, and I wanted to spare her that suffering. As this tiny child's new brother, I swore I would always be there for her. Truly, I have never heard of the Runique choosing a path so arduous as to force such a terrible decision. Nor of any Hertzua willingly leave their own flesh and blood behind. There must be some exceptional circumstance. I cannot say. The idea of following in their footsteps that I might make better. Let's try again. The idea of following in their footsteps that I might better make excuses for their actions never much appealed to me. If they had a good reason, wouldn't you want to know? Even if it might help you better understand the Runique's current behaviour, which is his primary concern at the minute. As is so often the case, you are correct. Though my discomfort with the Hatsura may arise from fear of reopening old wounds rather than blind fervent for innovation, it would nevertheless see me repeat past mistakes. And to refuse to learn of one's country's treasured traditions would make me a poor dawn servant indeed. Please, teach me the Runique, and what they mean to you. I promise to listen with an open mind. We would be delighted. In the meantime, your companions are welcome to look around. You will learn of Hisaru culture with me. I should like to approach this with a fervent curiosity that you and my sister share, but it would be useful to know whether I am doing it correctly. And it's settled. You'll learn more of the Runique, and we'll have a look around the plains, and perhaps in the process we'll find the answer we seek. My knowledge of culture, my knowledge of the culture I was born into is from written accounts alone, and very few of them. It will be a joy to share our traditions with the New Dawn's servants, as we once did with Galujaja. The quickest way to learn about, our way of life is to do as we do. I hope you're not above manual labour. I am not the most experienced, I am ashamed to admit, but I shall put forth every effort. It is all we ask. Take these tools. Now, introduce yourself to anyone who looks busy and ask if you can help. I'll be happy to teach you what to do in exchange for another pair of hands to do it. Let's meet back here later to share what we've learned. Okay. Are you here to help? Then why don't I show you how to care for a Runique's coat? Go ahead and run your fingers through it. Gently now. As you stroke the Runique's coat, you notice many portions are shaggy and tangled. This one's fur is a bit overgrown, but a good brush in should thin it out. Would you like to give it a try? You'll need the right tool for the job, mind you. A comb of this type you're used to would just get lost in all the tangles, like as not. Shepeto sent a Runique brush with you, did he? How like him? Now, just run it through one little patch at a time, gently. You dutifully brush the Runique until your arms grow weary from the prolonged battle with its coat. It appears much tidier now, though the same cannot be said for your clothes. You have acquired a new coat of your own. Well done. With less excess fur, our friend will be more comfortable in the afternoon heat, and less susceptible to illness. The combed coat also makes it easier for us to identify injuries, should the need arise. I'm afraid I finished with my task for the time being, but since you're so eager to learn about our way of life, why don't I tell you a bit about our migration customs? If you're here, you likely already know that the Runique are our Hitsua. Hitaso, our guides, that we travel through the turnings of the seasons. We trust them to lead us to fertile lands where which we all need to survive. But you may not know that sometimes the herd splits into two, bound for different paths. On those occasions, we Hitsura must part with half of our number. You may think it strange and a stressful custom, but over the years it has seen us visit new lands and broadened our horizon as people. This too is the wisdom of the Hitaso. This won't do. The wind will go through it, and me without my needle and sinew. Oh, these are precisely what I needed. I should be able to patch up the covering now. Given how often we pack up and reassemble our tents, they're bound to get the occasional tear. Unfortunately, the unique hides they're made of are durable enough that we generally don't need to worry. We needn't worry. You're learning about the Hitsura way of life, are you? I may have a thing or two to share, but rather than talking your ear off, let me test the power of your powers of deduction. I find answers are much easier to recall later if I arrive at them myself. Ahem. Our Hetso provide us with something that we use for medicine, poultices and soap, to drive away pests. Poultices and soap to drive away pests and sustain our fires. What is it? Bones, hooves? Are hooves bones? It's dung. Is it dung again? Meat and organs. I'd say hooves. Something we use in medicines, poultices and soap to drive away pests and sustain our fires. Actually, no, dung does make this most sense. Is it dung again? It sounds like there's a story there, but that is indeed the correct answer. We discovered a myriad of uses of Rhinok chip over the time, each a boon to our way of life. Where there is a need, our Hitso provide a way. Always provide a way. You smell of the grass and the wind. Which is a good thing, I promise. You could nearly be mistaken for one of us, or at least an adventurous. Tuanata. I have to wonder how Val Kono is getting on. I assume he would be reluctant to get his hands dirty, but it seems his wish to understand us was sincere. Ah, there he is now. Apologies for my tardiness. I was tasked with grazing the Renook, and ended up rather far afield. I found myself wandering hither and thither as my companion indicated. My companion's inclinations to force us back to the trail seemed inappropriate. But how was your own work? Have you anything to share? Their life revolves around, or the Hitsura's life revolves around the Renook, but in turn, the people receive all they need. The Renook are treasured members of the community and important family. More the first than the second, is what we've learned. We technically already knew the second, I imagine. Yes, I feel the truth of this myself. While I was hesitant to leave my fate to the winds of the Hitso rather than tread man-made paths, I arrived where I was meant to be all the same. Mine is not the only way. Mine is not the only way, though at times I lack the experience to know otherwise. My inability to conceive how a decision could be right does not mean that it is wrong. My parents had a duty to the Runique, as they did to me, and so I wonder if their leaving me behind was not so selfish an act as I once believed. I have no way to know, of course, and regardless, this has no bearing on our present concerns. We are here in service of the people of Turan, after all. Nevertheless, I thank you for helping me find deeper meaning in what we've done today. I will endeavour to remain curious, especially where the Hirsu are concerned. I'm glad to hear that, Valkona. You're welcome among our herd anytime. Okay. Critical and spell speed, determination and critical hits. Kona appears to loathe to part from his runic companion. Kona, how did it go? I believe I finally understand the significance of the Hirsu, Hirsu. They nourish the Hirtusura as they grow and provide warmth and companionship in the harsh and unpredictable world. They are the equal of any man, not beasts to be tamed. Moreover, Veniques are sensitive. Though we may treat their injuries or brush their coats to keep them hale, they must ever be free to follow their instincts and seek lands where they might thrive. The Hitsusura would never cage them, and never should we. To control their migrational patterns or capture those who wander too close to the tracks is out of the question. Then it is particularly important to advance our original line of inquiry. Fortunately, we were able to visit some of the Venique's once favoured grazing grounds. We were told the grass looks fine, but the place is too quiet. It's not just the Venique. Even the birds and the field mice have fled. We did encounter one pack of Cervelioraptors, but they look to be passing through in a hurry. Typically, that sort of behaviour in the fauna would be associated with natural disaster, as earthquake, landslides, and the like. Though the Hitsusura would have surely put two and two together, were the cause geological. I measured the bollocks. I accidentally clicked the mouse. I measured the area's ether to be certain. There was indeed nothing to suggest environmental disruption, but I did notice one anomaly. A strong etheric signature to the east, moving across the plains, albeit slowly. A large animal, perhaps? Maybe a tulvada? and a powerful one, like as not. A predator, given the local fauna's behaviour. One of the raptors we saw looked like it had a bite taken out of its tail by something with very large fangs. It couldn't be. I'm not going to try. A runic reaver in the common tongue. Our people have several names for such creatures. Fangs that steal Hitso in the night. Another is another invocative one. Runic can fend off many predators with their horns, but not the thingy that's listed there. True Hitsu. Their scales are tough as adamant, and neither horn nor arrow can pierce them. A well-toothed carnivore with an unusually tough hide. I cannot recall any such fauna in this region. They usually roam the wilds in the northwest, and most herds keep well clear of them. I can't tell you why this one is so far from its home and its pack both. In any case, I believe the source of the Vanik's consternation is clear. As our next move, we must drive this reaver away, that they might return to their grazing lands in peace. We got a trial coming up. Never fear. Or rather, a duty. Never fear, we'll make certain that the beast threatens you no more. Yep. A powerful creature behaving unusually. Left to its own devices, it may well become a true Vidal. One must attend to it ere that happens. Those runic reavers must have a hefty set of teeth, but I'm not worried. We've fought worse. Food buff is gone. We just got some new food. The runic reaver is a clear threat to the local population. We cannot allow it to roam unchecked. But it won't do for us to go running off in search of it without having made proper preparations. And if others returning from across the plains have spotted it, they may be able to inform us of its recent behaviour and where it might be found. Your progress through the upcoming battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter the battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, the progress will be lost.
Hetsu is coming this way!
To a Hetsu. Hetsu is the bit that we need to remember.
It has beasts across the plains in a panic, and our Ronek are practically paralyzed with fear. We must get them to safety!
We can assist by helping to calm the creatures. Once they're less agitated, it should be possible to hurt them.
After they're out of harm's way, we'll deal with the Ronek Reaver.
I suggest you remain here to attend to the Ronek when they arrive.
They'll be safe with me. Please, be careful out there.
Okay.
Make haste! We must protect the Ronek!
Don't worry, we're right behind you.
Can't summon our coach back.
There they are!
They're terrified. We must do what we can to soothe them.
That herd should be all right. Let's look for stragglers. The Ronek are to rally too. None shall be left behind.
There's a fight.
There must be something up ahead. Come! There!
These are no match for the likes of us.
Okay, they're actually not going to pay any attention to me, we just need to kill them.
In a panic was clearly an understatement. More are coming!
You're mine!
All or nothing, then.
I'm gonna take that.
It seems that did the trick.
For the fodder, at least. Where's...
Look there! We've got a big one coming!
Impenetrable scales and wicked fangs. That's a Ronek Reaver, and no mistake. Down there!
Not so fast!
I would have been impressed if he succeeded in doing that. He's not a tank.
Even should it cost me my life. I will save the head soul!
Kona! Are you alright?
Do not concern yourself with me. Get the Ronek to safety!
There. You've nothing to fear.
My dinner's walking away.
Right! Let's finish the job!
I forget which relic weapon.
I made a vow
This
to
one.
our people. You shall plague them no longer!
The one I have equipped. Whether it's from the last expansion or the expansion before. I think it was the last expansion. The expansion before had a green shell kind of glow on it.
You'll find the vow of reason is not without resolve.
Damn it! Not even a scratch!
Buy me some time to think, will you? Must have a weakness, and I will find it. Keep it busy. I need time.
Right! Go for the legs!
Now we just have to keep it pinned.
You're thinking, Kona!
A protective current of ether. But whence does it flow?
don't know why I'm continuing up my combo.
I got it! One well-placed piercing round to the chest, and... you're done for! That stemmed the flow of protective ether.
Nothing stopping us now! Still not backing down, huh? Fine with me.
Ether ere the Reaver recovers it!
This is going to hurt.
I think that attack did half or 250,000 in damage.
We did it. The Etso, are they?
The Ronek have all made it to Mehua Hetsuan. Hunters are scouring the area for any remaining threats, but the local fauna appear to have calmed down.
We cannot thank you enough for your timely aid. You, most of all, Bow of Reason. We feared you would be loath to take direct action, yet you didn't hesitate to put your life on the line for our Hetso.
I did no more than is a Dawn servant's duty. The ethereal conductivity of those scales is astounding. I dare say, we could repurpose them to create a device that emits controlled pulses of ether.
Ether resembling that of the predator the Ronek fear most. It might work. If we struck the right balance, we would have the means to deter the Ronek from approaching the railroad without causing them undue distress.
Incredible! Kona, you've done it again.
I must say, I was hoping I'd never have to see one of these again. Still haven't forgotten the last one. And it's been more than 20 years now. I had come as a trader to the camp in Lozenihetta. A camp that was obliterated in an instant by that monster.
Lozenihetta. That's where the Pelu trader found me as a babe. Please, can you tell me what you saw?
As I said, I had traveled there to trade with our fellow Hetzaro. Like us, they followed the Ronak. And like us, they were visited by a reaver. The fiend struck like a whirlwind in the night. It was chaos. I grabbed some token belongings and bolted in a panic, thinking only of getting as far away as possible. But even in my panicked state, I could not help but notice the young couple racing the other way, toward the fell creature. "We're distracted," I heard one cry. "Save our son! Save the Hetzo!" After that, nothing but the pounding of my heart and feet and Rodak thunder. I ran and ran. As the sun broke the horizon, I found myself separated from both man and beast. Windborne words say that a group of survivors reunited with their remaining Ronak and have long since moved on. But still more were never seen again, including the brave couple. Or so the story goes.
And what became of their child?
I'm afraid I don't know. But if he wasn't with the survivors, even if he lived through that night, the wilderness wouldn't have been kind to a little one out on his lonesome.
Maybe not. But perhaps a passing Pelu would. And one day, even a Dawn servant himself. All these years, I was convinced that my parents had left me behind to follow after the Ronek. But now I see, they didn't abandon me. They were trying to keep me safe. I've wasted so much time resenting them, when in truth, they gave me everything I have today. It is thanks to them that I live to know the warmth of family, even after they were gone. And now that I am Dawn servant, all of Tuliyola is my family. A family I will always protect, as my parents protected me.
If Valkona counts as among family, then he is part of ours. You made the feeling, you made Felin that Turuhiso look easy. On the hearts of the Hitso, I thank you. We certainly got more than we bargained for when we set out to solve our railroad conundrum. can't imagine how Kona must be feeling right now. That Reaver. You don't suppose it was the same one that... To know the Hitsu are safe is more than enough. Yet, it would be wrong to hope that, in protecting them, we also avenge my parents. Would it be wrong? It is the least I owe to them after all this time. Nathan, I thank you for standing by me, as Dawn Servant, and as the oft imperfect man beneath that mantle. Now, let us return our attention to the matters we came here to address, shall we? We have to remove the root core, or we have removed the root cause, the Vanique strain from their favourite grazing, and obtained the tool to devise an additional precaution or precautionary measure, a silent whistle, as it were. This whistle must be capable of emitting pulses of ether strong enough that they will shy away from the tracks on instinct, yet not so strong as to drive them into panic. If we can achieve this, it will be a fair sight better than a traditional whistle. More effective and less stressful for the creatures themselves. Let us return to Shalorn Station, and begin its work in it, then. Walulaki and his crew will doubtless be relieved to finally have a solution. That's in the middle between the two. May as well just fly there. We're not going to have the time to get to the Alliance raid today. We'll see. I wasn't keeping count. This is either the 6th or the 7th mission. We'll see whether or not, or how much time we have left, and if we have enough time, then we can do one of the side quest chains. The variety of artisans from across Toral have come to assist with the railroad, so I foresee no difficulty in creating the whistle that Kona proposed. The train will be ready in no time. I always carry a spare pair of spectacles or two, as it can be difficult to find replacements outside the city. You wouldn't believe how many I went through during the Rite of Succession. I was reminded of the scene in Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, where Rinu, I think it is, steps on the glasses of the... or steps on and breaks the glasses of the more bulkier man. I forget his name. And there's a momentary look of shock and... Oh, a momentary look of shock. You broke my glasses! And then he immediately, in a huff, goes inside his jacket, pulls out a second pair, and puts them back on. You look pleased about something. Good news for the railroad, I take it? So the Vanique were avoiding a predator. Smart ones, they are. And Valkona is not too bad himself. With that, what with his whistle idea? Sit tight, we'll have the train on the tracks before you know it. Sit tight. No, I choose not to sit tight. Yes, we'll sit tight.
She looks as good as new!
If I had time to do a proper job, could have really made her shine. Had to cobble together the exterior with spare parts. We refurbished the interior, though. Not that you can appreciate it from out here. But as far as the Ronek are concerned, we've spared no effort. From the ballast to the ties, we've adjusted every bit of the track so she'll run quiet as a field mouse.
You and your crew have worked wonders. Our nation is in your debt.
Come now. If anything, credit's due to Tuliolal. It's thanks to the folk you recruited from every corner of the continent that we were able to get her up and running so quickly. Besides, the ethereal whistle's the true marvel, and we wouldn't have that without the scales you brought us. However grateful you are, know that we're even more thankful.
Right. If we're done talking, let's put this train through our paces.
There's a Ronek up ahead.
Now, to test our whistle.
On it. Just point it in the general direction and...
It's moving away. Meanwhile, our friends over there appear wholly unperturbed.
With this, we can alert those who wander too close without disturbing the rest of the herd.
A roaring success! In a quiet way, like. Then with your permission, Vow of Reason, the Shaktaral Railroad is back in service.
I was expecting with the Reavers gone, the Runique would gradually return to their old habits, and we won't see so many approaching the tracks. It is good to see that the whistle will be effective in the meantime, however. Now anyone will be able to come and go from the dome as they please. I can't wait to spread the word in Alexandria. With that, I believe our work here is done. The fine people of Zaktaral Vailin can take it from here. The folks that Vow Corner brought in to help rebuild the railroad have already returned home, but I hope we can give them a ride someday. For a while there, we were really worried that we would never be able to get the railroad running again. But now that the test drive was such a success, we can breathe easy and start hauling people to and fro on the dome. From Charone, and then the continent. Watch out! Zakturel, here we come. I share the sentiment, but we've got a mountain of work ahead of us to ensure smooth operations. Time to get back to it. The efforts of all here today have not gone unnoticed. Once more, I thank you. As for our own work, I trust you can handle matters in Alexandria, Latami? Is Aaron Vale hanging around? It won't be as I once envisioned, but perhaps someday we can take the train journey to Yeshulani together. Never one to stand still, Rocklumat is ready to race back to Alexandria. Well, it's possible that Shale has made some headway by now, and regardless, we should spread word that the railroad has been restored to service. Shale, what do you have her working on? Gulujar's mother? I'd feel the same in his shoes. Have felt the same. Some questions are painful. To leave unanswered. There's no cause to look at me like that. With Kakula, the Kakula we meet may have only been a simulacrum, but her memory was real. I needn't search for what she left behind, because she is with me, and I will always carry it. Carry it always. Speaking of things you're carrying, is that a teeny tiny Kakula? What? No. It's merely a token from Alexandria. Our friends in Oblivion would not take no for an answer, and I thought it was a good souvenir, or good a souvenir as any. Whatever you say. For what it's worth, I think it's a nice way to bring her with you on your travels. Yes, well, you're off to the Dome now, aren't you? I thought I might join you for a time, see if there's aught that I can do for the people there. Much change though it is, I still consider it my home. Of course, we can give you the full story on the way. Oh, we're getting a free teleport? No, we're not. You must be exhausted. Shall I nip out for an energy tonic? So Zuruja was conducting secret research in that place again. I have some memories of the place from my childhood. Glad you're back. We wouldn't want to keep Gurujar waiting here any longer than necessary. Arvenvale is wearing his his little token thingy. His what are they called? There's a name for the sodding things. It eludes me, like the pronunciation of all these words. Looks like we arrived in good time. A simple yet elegant solution, and thus the railroad is back in operation. Meanwhile, Shale has nearly finished processing the data, and she will be able to share her findings with us immediately. Imminently. Am I interrupting? Oh, I'm interrupting something, I gather. Why, you're Stola, what brings you here? I've seen enough of the gate in the Skydeep cenote for now, so I'm shifting my investigation to live in memory. While there, I thought I would do well to have the company of an expert on Electro. I'd like to take a closer look at the place myself. I can join you once we're finished here. Least you fear, I've forgotten. Once I've made headway with live in memory, the key in your keepsaking shall be the next subject of my scrutiny.
There was a mountain of data to sift through, much of it tantalizing, I admit. But it will take time to fully decrypt everything that piques my interest, so to answer our immediate question, I've been concentrating my efforts on the audio saved by Taishulja herself. While I've not listened to it yet, I have a selection ready for playback. Would you like to hear it now?
Yes, please.
All right. Several audio files will now play in sequence.
This is advised you set aside sufficient time to listen to them in their entirety. There's no way they're not making that reference.
My name is Taishulja, and I decided to record this to help me put my thoughts in order, I suppose. Mother? Officially I was a Chirurgeon with the Lance Guard. I was part of a contingent dispatched to Yasulani to hunt a Tural Vidral that was wreaking havoc. After our mission was complete, I elected to remain. It was the perfect opportunity to document the geographic distribution of medicinal herbs in this region. Or so I said when requesting special dispensation. In truth, I could not bear to return to Tuiyolal. I had hoped to aid Commander Zoralja in the right of succession, but he did not so much as look my way. I was never in contention, of course, one of the nameless many in his army. To go back and face that reality was too much for me, so I ran, and in my cowardice, I stumbled upon this path. A path that changed my life. When the dome appeared, I found myself trapped within, and reunited with my commander. How am I to speak of Commander Zoralja? I admired him. His incontestable strength, his unwavering focus. He was a man of great passions. I watched him, captivated by his intensity. From afar, I would not dare approach. And in watching, I came to know him. His eyes too sought the distance, but not as mine did. He yearned not for another, but something else, beyond the horizon. That gaze would never fall upon me. I knew. I knew. The experiment will soon proceed to its next phase, and when it does, as he promised, I will have my heart's desire. Today. It should have been today. A new beginning. What I have dreamed of for so long. I hold a future in my arms. If he could see him, embrace him, surely that would be enough. So full of hope I was. A foolish hope.
Its scales are blue.
He's your son.
My... No, I can't. I don't know how. How could I? How? To raise a child, be a father. I don't. I can't. No! No! Get it away from me. Get that thing away from me!
It's all right, little one. Papa was just surprised. That's all. He'll come around. We'll be a happy family. Kaniloka's shouting for me. The research hasn't been going well. But I can't let him take it out on my baby. Hush now, little one. I know just where to hide you.
That's all of them.
He was abandoned, the poor dear. We found him in the drift downs a few years ago.
We know some manner of accident happened at the facility after this was recorded. Perhaps your mother couldn't come back for you.
Hey, Gololcha.
I'm fine, Lamarchi. Father and mother, they were both so lonely. If we could have been together, maybe they wouldn't have been. But sometimes things don't work out, no matter how hard you try. I can't tell if I'm happier now. But it's better to know, I think. Thank you, everyone.
What a mess. If the dome had not appeared, Tashilja's tale would have been very different. Yet whether or not she would have been happier, I cannot say. You may find it hard to believe, but until the right of succession, Zulja was a good brother to me. Always. And I had thought that Papa was the best father anyone could ask for. I didn't want to think the time we spent together as family was a lie. By the same token, the bitterness my brother harbored was all too real. It's okay. I wanted to know more about my parents, and now I do. And I don't regret it. I have Lamity and Kona to thank, and you, Nathan. I'm not lonely now. Tishilja left written records as well. I've compiled them for Kurulja. Perhaps something in them will be of comfort. No matter how brave a face Kurulja puts on, I expect it will take him time to come to terms with this. He's a strong one, though. You needn't worry too much. Why leave such a record, you ask? Can't be certain, but I believe Tashilja simply wanted someone to know how she felt, to understand. It is better to know, a profound response for one so young. Though I wish he didn't have to be. Yulja is indeed wise beyond his years. Yet one never outgrows the need for dependable companions. It is fortunate that he has you. Thank you, Shale. Because of you, I got to hear my mother's whole story. You heard it because you were brave enough to listen, Gilja. If you remember one thing, remember that. Now then, having shared what I can at present, I am ready to head to live in memory when you are. I'm planning to be thorough, so we need to stop for supplies in the way. That said, I promise we won't remain over long. I know we all have much more to attend to. So for now, oh well. I'm coming back for your key. A word before you leave. Our network's already spreading word of the railroad. We expect people would be clamouring to get on the first train back. Yet the reaction's been the polar opposite. Scant few seem inclined to depart Alexandria anytime soon. But when we spoke before, you said many from Turalia were eager to reunite with friends and family. Maybe they're concerned about getting through Vanguard? If so, we could take turns accompanying them. In any case, we need to speak with the people ourselves. Let's start at Lane 09. I have a sneaking suspicion that whatever those black regulators have done, they have regulated the person's thinking patterns, making them no longer wish to leave. There may still be people gathered in the Praxis Park. Let's try there first. That's foreboding. What if they're all still there staring at it?
People look uneasy. Did something happen?
Have you heard? Someone was killed in the Thunder Yards.
The Thunder Yards was one of the hunters slain by a beast.
It was a hunter, all right. and a veteran at that. But it was no fiend that did him in. Only a random bolt of lightning.
Such a senseless way to die. They say that he expended his last soul cells during Zoraljar's attack on the city.
For an upright, hard-working man to meet such an unceremonious end, it feels wrong.
But we'll be fine, won't we? Even if the system no longer erases our memory of the departed, the regulators continue to function. I shan't go before my time. Growing old and passing peacefully with the help of the ushers is only natural.
Well, you may think so, but how are we to know? We have no memory of those who have gone. More may have met violent deaths than passed from old age, and we would be blissfully unaware. It could happen to you, or me, to any of us.
Then what are we to do? Spend every waking moment thinking only of how we might die?
With time, I had hoped that they'd be able to adjust to their new situation. But it's only gotten worse.
Look! It's Queen Sphene!
What?
Help, Queen Sphene! The grown-ups are really upset, and I don't know what to do!
I see that you are as kind-hearted as ever, Nico. Never fear. I'm here to set things aright.
I don't understand. Sphene is gone. Forever. You there, Gusson. You were the Queen's aide, weren't you? What's the meaning of this?
Begging your pardon, Vow of Resolve. But Her Majesty Queen Sphene is paying visit to her people, as is her wont.
What are you talking about? Sphene is dead. You officiated the funeral yourself. We all placed flowers to mourn her passing.
A funeral? For Her Majesty? What a curious jest. You know full well that ceremony was to commemorate those lives lost during the attack of Alexandria. Her Majesty walks among her people that she might support them in this most trying of times. Surely that is not cause for consternation.
Your Majesty, won't you free us from these terrible memories of the departed? This is no way to live, not for us, nor our children.
I wish that I could. Truly I do. But with living memories shut down, even I cannot restore the system that once afforded us that comfort. You needn't fret, however. I have prepared an alternate solution.
All of us shall be made endless.
I have created a new system that allows you to transplant your memories directly into an ethereal vessel. One not reliant upon soul cells. This way, you need never again fear death.
You may live as you please, and for as long as you like. Our stores of ether are, at present, not sufficient to provide this boon to everyone. But some of you received neo-regulators for the funeral ceremony, did you not? And there are still more we have yet to distribute. 5,000 in all. One day soon, those with neo-regulators will be called to join the Endless, and thence be free of suffering forevermore.
But only 5,000 of us?
You Victral! The real Sphene would never be content to save only some of her people. Who are you?
I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Let's return to the back room. I need to calm down, and then we'll talk.
Well. Without the Miso terminal, how does she propose to create a new Endless? We must contact your Stoller as soon as possible. Queen Sphene has returned. How? Seriously, what was that? Sphene was erased. If she's back, then there are Endless. Then are the Endless. There is naught to report yet, but we have all eyes and ears out in the Everkeep and heritage found. You saw Sphene with your own eyes, then. So, it wasn't someone else. We've heard about the Queen of Reason's proclamation. Rumour spreads through the district like wildfire. We only caught the proclamation from a distance, but I can tell you the message about neo-regulators was received with utmost clarity. It couldn't have been Sphene. She should have been destroyed when the Miso terminal shut down. Without a single Alexandrian to bear witness, presented with an identical figure claiming to be their beloved queen, it is no surprise they would choose to believe she's real, or she's alive. What is troubling, however, is their denial that the funeral is held in her honor. It is as if their memories have been erased. Given that the memories of Oblivion remain unaffected, it was likely the work of the Regulators. But by whose design? Someone smart enough to play it being the Queen of Reason. And that, guys, even if some suspect deception, most of what? I can't get that word around my tongue in a minute. 1 second, drink of tea. Exandria? Is it Exandria? Alexandria, there we go. That's the syllable we was missing. Will be on her side. We need to find out who she really is. While I agree wholeheartedly, we should avoid drawing more attention than we already have. We must be patient until Oblivion's network turns up a lead, or until our self-proclaimed queen makes her next move. Okay. "25 minutes. I don't think that's going to be long enough to do any quest. Meanwhile, in living memory,
Oh, where am I? My people, are they safe? Why am I?
that makes even less sense. How is she actually still alive? The fact she referred to them as my people clearly means that's the real Steen. She managed to get her consciousness back before the end of the fight, which does mean she wasn't erased, but the Miso terminal was shut down, so how the hell is she projecting herself back outside? Right, we have 25 minutes before the end of the stream. Side story, epilogue, 1 quest, Pandemonium. I would be surprised if that's too much longer than like 30-35 minutes. I don't mind going a little bit over, but I don't want to be like doing an hour's worth. Where do we need to go for that final quest? Pandemonium epilogue from Affable Researcher, who is where? Old Charlian. Eagleshire. Where did they throw? There we go. In others. Okay. Key to the Past. What was the name of the quest? From a present from the future. Or a present from the present, rather. If I had looked at the central screen, we would see that the affable researcher that we mentioned a moment ago is right over there. Wind up thermos, which I pronounced wrong. Where demons abide. Oh, you must be Nathan. Why, you look exactly like Professor Calderon described. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I am the Professor's new assistant, you see. His stories of your forays into pandemonium have been an endless, well, knowledge and entertainment. In fact, there is a small matter that has arisen with regards to the facility that he wishes to discuss with you, thus my seeking you out. He asked that you stop by Apora at your earliest convenience, which is back in Labyrinthos, if my memory of the name is correct. Nathan, you are ever a sight for sore eyes. I trust you've been well since last we spoke. Good. Now, as much as I'd like to reminisce, it will serve us both better if I cut to the quick. I asked you here to discuss a matter concerning, the name, who I'm sure you remember. I certainly do, for his memories reside within me still. Ever so often, my mind's eye glimpses a grim spectacle of the final days, though there are also visions of simpler times. In one, I saw a warden under siege by colleagues. They demanded to know how or why a tiny Enchilathoras, whatever the name is, was running amok in the halls of Pandemonium. Upon hearing that the mammoth was created out of profound admiration, my past self only gave a rueful smile. Then Thermis would have been a far superior choice of subject. Alas, I suppose you've never seen the man. And inadvertently revealing deflection, we believe, as Thermis's duties as emissary kept him away from Pandemonium. Enchthalos, or whatever, I can't remember the name, how that's pronounced, doubtlessly grew to miss his dear friend. And we know what Thermis looks like. So we thought, why not make a mammoth here and send it as a gift? We employed a local artisan to take care of the first step. The resulting work is masterful indeed. It is quite good. Since you're the only one among us who can return to Pandemonium, might I ask you to deliver this to the son of... Oh god, it's been so long since I've played, I can't remember any of the Sodden names. Trying to remember the names of the seats of the Convocation 14. Come on, he's the main villain in the first game. What the fuck is his name again? He takes Thancred's body. Nope, it's gone. The information's not there. I'm terrible with names at the best of times. I can remember Emmett Saltry and Hythlodaeus. I've forgotten his name. Don't you think it will distract him from his work? I don't think he'll want a doll that, don't you think he'll want a doll that looks like me too? You can count on it. Thank you, Nathan. I suspect he'll be overjoyed. As I recalled more of his memories, I've noticed that this person seldom expresses his own desires. Perhaps it was an unspoken rule in the society of the ancients. Nonetheless, I would very much like you to do something for him. Small kindness is the least we owe him. I imagine you can still reach Pandemonium from the Nexus in Elpis. Once there, key wards will surely assist you in tracking him down. Where in Elpis do we need to be? This is probably an other, isn't it? Yeah. Go to the middle and we can teleport elsewhere if we need to. Okay. It's Pandemonium. This is as near as we can get. La Habrea, that's the one. I was running through names that I could remember in my head. Got Thancred, I got Unakohai. And then La Habrea popped up. Are you returned to us so soon, Nathan? Naught is amiss, I hope. And this gift is for, that name, I can't remember, you say. A man much in demand as late. People expect great things of him now, greater than he's prepared for, by his estimation. Thus, he is at this very moment studying the words of La Habrea. Under his father's tutelage, he hopes to gain further mastery over the creations here, that he might one day become Key Ward himself. Although Master La Habrea's harsh methods have more than once driven him to the verge of surrender, his determination has proved himself always drags himself back from the brink. He'll keep at it, I'm sure of it. You speak as if you've already seen it come to pass. Though he would doubtlessly find that encouraging. I wonder if... bollocks. Accidentally clicked. I wonder if he would rather your reunion occur after he has come into his own. That said, I understand why you wish to be there when he sees your little Thermis simulacrum. Demas, it's probably Demas. Would that I could witness his reaction myself. Keyword hegemony. We've received word from FFXIV. He says he'll soon be returning. His message is well received. Yes. I see in this a tidy solution. When he arrives, can you tell him to attend me here? Say that there is something I would show him. I want you to choose a suitably dark place from which to eavesdrop on our conversation. When the moment is right, send the poppet this way. Thus shall we both be privy to his reaction, even as you remain undetected. While such subterfuge would usually fall outside my duties as keyword, rest assured, I am happy to help. Find a suitably dark place. This is not a very dark place. It will have to do, because that's where the game tells us to be. I see that Master La Habrea has not softened. You've done well to endure his methods. Sometimes I feel he's becoming even more difficult. Were I not recently made privy to his true nature, I would have abandoned hope within moments. Such is his way of nurturing your talent, I suppose. I know, he still aggravates me, but I have come to see that even our quarrels are a means to know him better. As a father, and one of the 14 both. Ah, yes. I called you here because I had something to show you. Thermos? Why are you so small? Another puppet, I see. But who managed to render such a striking likeness? They asked me not to divulge their identity, and I can only say that they have your best interests at heart. How curious. And to think such a gift would arrive so soon after I met with the man himself. I happened to run into him at the word of La Habrea. It was my first time speaking with him in his capacity as Elidibus. But he was friendly as ever. He told me of yet more beleaguered plants from the words of Halmatrut? Close enough. Which had escaped and taken root in a region designated for Logriff's creations. Making proper assessment quite impossible. Thermos was called upon to judge whether to switch testing grounds for convenience or uproot the unwelcome creations. So soon after returning from Pandemonium, he says he finds such minor squabbles a welcome change. And of course, we spoke of Nathan. Naturally. Perhaps we can ask your admirer to make a likeness of him as well. As much as I would like that, I don't believe it would suit him. Unlike Thermos and I, Nathan isn't bound to his own small domain. I think he'd rather belong to the entire star, to keep him, or even as an imitation, confined here would feel wrong. Nathan and Thermos both are dear friends, and I need no tangible proof to be certain of our bond. Though I admit that it would be nice to have a reminder of at least one of them around. I'm glad to hear it. Now, I believe you have duties to return to. If you wouldn't mind fetching those reports from Petulia on the new creations sent from Elpis. Gladly, keyboard Hegemona. And little Thermos here will come along. I'll come with me. I forget whether or not he knows my true nature. I know that, well, at the end of Pandemonium, we get an extra cutscene with Elizabeth and La Habrea, who seem to have retained memory of everything at that point because we're speaking to them within the live stream. Is it live stream in this game? Or at least near the live stream. I do remember that. Or maybe I misremembered that. I'm going to assume I'm correct. That turned out well, wouldn't you say? The dude has a new companion, and you were able to witness his joy at meeting him. Each and every warden here owes you a great debt. I hope that the charming charade helped repay mine in some way. I must attend to my own work, but wish you all the best. Whether or not we meet again, fare thee well. Okay, let's hand this quest in, and then we'll be done for the day. It will have taken us almost exactly the 25 minutes that we had spare. And then I can catch up on some YouTube and get some dailies done. There you are, Nathan. Judging by the grin on your face, I trust the mammoth is safely in Echelathor's hands. I knew we could count on you. May that doll provide him with some small reprieve from the stresses of his station. Speaking of which, I know you had to pull yourself from your own adventure to take care of this little errand, so I don't intend to let you go unrewarded. That's why we had commissioned 2 mammoths from the start. I dare say Thermit will be delighted to be travelling with a whole new era by your side. Alright, we will leave it there for today. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again tomorrow from 2 PM BST onwards, where we will get the Alliance raid done, and we'll see how much time we have left after that. If the Alliance raid takes less than 3 hours, we can probably progress to doing the 7.2 main story. I'll have to have a look at what content is available. The one thing I'm not sure about is the Trial series. I've not seen any indication in the list of content unlocks for the Trial series itself. There are trials, but the ones at the top at least are Extremes and Unreals. There's a trial, Recollection, which is part of the main story quest. There's another trial there, which is part of the main story quest. There's a trial there that isn't part of the main story quest. And that's 725 item level, which makes the White Wanderer is the name of the quest. So I don't think that's an extreme, so that's probably the trial series then, which might mean the trial series starts in 7.3, maybe? Okay, so it looks like there may be one, it's just further, much later in the patch cycle than I was expecting it to be. But either way, we'll make a start on the Alliance raid. First thing tomorrow will be the plan. So, thanks again for watching, hope you enjoyed the show, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.